adjutants, operatives, commanders and dolls, and future admins and operators. We are back with another Snowbreak video. I did a recording earlier before, but there was an interruption, so I had to stop the recording. Now we're back at doing this again. Where we left off. Reflection of Valor. So, I did the main story, but like I mentioned, there was an interruption. I had to assist with my mother's injuries. I think she's a bit better now, but let's hope that she is fully recovered though. Please leave a like to this video to help for my support from my mother, from my parents, and subscribe to this channel. It really does help a lot. So with any case, progression number 1. Let's go. Dawn was just starting to break when the plane touched down in Euros. In our ground transport, I rolled down the window. Cool, sobering autumn air slipped in. The sun hid beneath the eastern clouds, its lights just brushing the spirals of the Federal Sanatorium. Our vehicle rolled past a field of sunflowers. Mashur gazed blankly at the endless gold, while Boo Boo fidgeted in the back seat, eyes darting everywhere. Easy, Boo Boo. Keep yourself wounded that tight and you'll snap. This is Boo Boo's first mission since her incident, and as she became a manifestation. Her cheeks puffed up in the denial. In the rear-view mirror, I caught her white knuckles fist, like she was trying to psych herself up. If you can't calm down, just say it out loud. Works better than you think. She suddenly leaned forward, wrapping her arms around me over the backrest, her head popping through the gap.
初めはすごくワクワクしてたけど、考えれば考えるほど緊張してきて、昨日の夜もね、本当はちょっと落ち込んでたの。先輩たちがみんな任務で出かけてて、絶対すごい作戦があるのに自分だけ待機だったなんて。どうせ今回も祝勝会だけの参加で終わりなんだろうってなんて思ってたら出撃命令が来たの。しかもブリーフィングに北風宇宙センターとエッタって書かれてて、いくらこの天使ブブが日々精進してきたってタイタンくらいしか相手にしてこなかったよ。いきなりエッタとかいくらなんでも無茶すぎだよ。あのエッタに私がきっと何かの手違いだよ。分析。
Boo Boo rather rattled off her worries like a machine gun, but at the end, she had clearly found her usual balance again. Feeling better now?
やっぱり緊張するよ。でもちょっと和らいできたかも。
Nerves are normal. Just don't let them throw off your aim. And officially, Edda isn't our target, it's Sophie. We believe she's working under Edda. So she used to be a emissary. A missionary. Damn, I always have trouble saying that word. A emissary. Frickin'. Emissary. I'm saying that word. I don't care. Emissary for the Aventus. During our conflict in the containment zone, she seems more restrained than the others' fanatics. Feels like someone we could actually talk to. Besides, Intel says that aside from lending power to Edda, she hasn't crossed any unforgivable lines, but what connects them still isn't clear. What really worries me are the demiurge, the ones hardwired to hate us from the start. They're the real problem.
試乗車とロザン？ ニューガントラにいたあの大悪党のこと？
She drew herself back into the seat like a dramatic flop. Easy, I'm right here. A day earlier, we greenlit the rocket operation, returning to Miss Tilstian Station. Damn. I remember I said that word before, but then, oh my god, just Miss Tilstian Station scheduled to launch within the week. The Edda made her move. She released a hidden truth to the public. The Boulder inhibitors weaken with each generation until it can no longer suppress Genovis. Her statement that the world was fated to collapse under Genovis triggered the waves of panic across the globe networks. Once the uproar subsided, Tao and I determined the identity of the entrancing voice narrating the broadcast, Sophie. I've seen her once before the containment zone out. Her song breathing life into the dying and recommending titans to fight at her call. With Bubu and Mashura at my side, I headed for her last known location, the Federal Sanatorium on the edge of the North Wind's Aerosphere Center. Before departure, we got word that the Perona factions, led by Rozan, was on the move toward Euros. Perona, such an African word. Every operation Yggdrasil mounted was under the public eye, now that the enemies had stepped out of the shadows into daylight. Tao and I agree. Strike now, clear the game board before launch. We're almost there. Stay sharp, my sure.
30分前から偵察モードに入ってるにゃん。
She appeared to be staring blankly at the window, yet the cat ear-shaped modules atop her head twitched, a component of her exosuit packed with high sensitivity detectors.
汚染濃度が上がってる。療養センターに近づくほど高いみたい。
Boo-Boo straightens instantly, eyes narrowing on the road ahead, fully alert. Prepare for combat. Look, trees on both sides. Single lane down the middle. Textbook ambush is set up.
何かが近づいてきてる。エネルギー反応は変異者かな。おかしいにゃん。変異者はこんなに早く移動しないはず。視認範囲に入ってくるよ。
I eased the vehicle to a stop, killed the engine, and listened. The sound of wings flapping came from the distance. Monsieur climbed through the window onto the roof. Riff rifled leveled towards the sound, while Boo-Boo jumped out and took cover behind the door, weapon steadied. I studied the bird carefully. It was flying erratically. Its body jittering with that familiar shimmer of Taitogen. A change. Bird?
もっと強い反応が接近。数は10体以上。違う。これは私たち射撃レーダーに捉えられてる。
This distinct black specks on the horizon, then streaks tailed of flames closing in fast. Away from the vehicle! We spit and dove. A heartbeat later, a dozen missiles slammed into the vehicle. The road beds erupt. Dirt and smoke billow up. And for the moment, we couldn't see a thing. But sure, drop that bird! The order had barely left my lips when the shot rang out. The dull thud of metal meeting of the flesh. Boo-Boo was already moving, darting upward to snatch up the dead bird. The bird was likely a scout or a spotter, so eliminating it came first. The debris had barely settled. No follow-up fire.
視認範囲に敵が見当たらない。
Ah, yes. This is that tower defense game that brought back. I love the soundtrack.
待って、後ろから。
Behind us. I sensed it even before she spoke, a pulse of danger behind us. A chill shot down my spine, and every hair of my body stood on end. I turned, and in the grim northern dawn, a long figure stood in the middle of the road, cutting off our retreat. At this time, in this place, somewhere with this access to military-grade Odains, and the nerve to stand against us alone. It's been a while. Rozan.
久しぶりだね、分析員。
She stood a few dozen meters away, yet her voice came through in a whispers beside my ear. Hold on. That's a nice. This looks really nice. I had never sensed her approach. Even mature radar wouldn't have catch her unless she allows it.
逃げなくていいのかい？
Not though. I'm not the one who fled last time.
久々に会って積もる話もあるが、辺境ではもう始まっているだろう。さて、少し気が早いが、始めようか。その軽口がこれで聞き納めだと思うと、ちょっと寂しいがな。
This is about the rocket launch, isn't it? My cryptic words left Rozan silent. You're afraid that once I take care of Edda, I have both hands free for you. You came running, hoping to finish me while Edda still kept me occupied, to erase your biggest threat. But to fight, a third takes the prize, but striking the moment I arrive, are you desperate or just arrogant?
何？こんなチャンスは二度と来ない。たったそれだけのことさ。
She smiled and looked up. It felt like locking eyes with a beast through the brush. I thought it says bush before. In the moment, I caught the intent to kill in her gaze. That vigorous glint looked ready to devour the dawn. Sharp as a flesh, crossing blades then vanished when she lowered her eyes. Before she could speak again, I stepped forward. One step. A single step stopped her short. I narrowed her eyes. 2 steps. 3. It wasn't bravado. It wasn't a bluff. Each step was measured, deliberate. Whatever she was plotting, she already had more than enough reason to want me dead. She was proud, too proud to forgive anyone who turned her down her offering of alliance. That alone made me her targets. Back in New Hitero, she had already been itching for a chance to finish me. I have forgotten that. 4 steps. 5. Rozan raised her right hand. Hydrogen, smokily violet, gathered at her fingertips, taking shape like something out of a fantasy. A hunting knife, about 40 centimeters long, light running down the blade. I couldn't even tell how exactly how it was formed. Yeah, I have to show it to you guys. It was a brief moment, but I'll show it to you here. That's what it looks like. That does look like a mithril knife though. And still, I keep walking. 9 steps. 10. Rozan left her eyes bright with excitement.
やはり私の目に狂いはない。もしあんたがその理想みたいに軟弱な男だったら、それこそ退屈極まりないよ。こんなあんたこそ、このロザンの相手にふさわしい。
From the tree lines of both sides of the road, shapes stepped up. Humanoids, but not clearly humans, machine guns raising to surround us. Boo-Boo and Mashura slid into position at my sides. In the breath, we locked into the wedge formation and drove straight to Rozan.
分析員、あれ、今使う？
Not yet. Rozan was too fast. Before my words even left my mouth, she was already in front of me, blade cutting for my skull. In that instant, I knew. All 4 caution belt left short. The difference in speed and power wasn't something technique could lose, and Rozan's techniques was sharper still. That wasn't a fight Boo Boo and Monsieur could join. I locked in, forcing myself to match her pace. My right hand shot out, catching her arms, wielding the knife. I dropped my left shoulder and drove in, straight into her ground. This should be the animation that we should be looking for, not for describing every word for word. The instant my palm locked around her wrist, Rozan let go of the blade. Let go of the blade and caught my hand instead. The Titan's knife dissolved on cue, a liquid light crawling up the back of her hand, flowing into my palm. A surge of Titan's poured through my core, then recoiled, snapping back into her. In that single touch, a current cycled 3 times before I could even breathe. It was a lesson learned the hard way from Rozan herself, back in New Hintaro when I could barely touch hydrogen. Back then, it was already a flood, now a raging storm. But I grew stronger. I forced the discomfort down and drove forward, slamming into her chest like a cannonball. An immovable force, like hitting a wall of steel. The recoil drew me back. Even with perfect leverage, I couldn't gain the upper hand. We froze for a heartbeat, then the next belonged to Rozan. The strikes blurred past thought, fast as the serpent snaps. Even my eyes caught only the after image. Reflex and training barely kept my guard up. Each block hits like a grinder on bone. Then came the barrage, knees, hooks, and roundhouse kicks, folding together into unbroken rhythm. Again, animation! Guys, do animation, please! It has been a long time since I felt pressure like this. The pressure of fight I has been long being awaiting. My body warmed up, body surges through my veins. Time itself began to slow down. A ragged breathing steadied. Each heartbeat struck out in my ears. The gunfire and shouts behind us slowed to the distant echo, yet Rozan's punches stayed relentless. I finally caught up. My muscles found her rhythm, defense, counter, strike, 2 engines grinding against each other at full speed. Her attacks were merciless, each one cutting for the kill, so I abandoned the defense for the moment, fist to fist, elbow to elbow, each class kicking back, only to drive the next. It was like fighting on the knife's edge, each clash feeding back to the faint discords. The impact wasn't a muscle alone. No ordinary body could deliver or absorb power like this. The stakes were high and stacked against me. The clear hits from the earlier barely registered on her, while one of hers could put me on a disadvantage in an instant. That shield like recoil on impact, and the way she could conjure a knife out of thin air. Instantaneous Titan defense, aka nanomachines, son! She has the power of nanomachines! In that theory of mine, I took a gamble. She stepped in with the lead hook. I dropped my guard and drove forward. Oh, that's too fast. Turning my body slipped between her arms, forearms tucked, elbows up, ramming for her steerum like a battering ram. But she didn't flinch. She didn't even try to block. Instead, a grim smile creeped across her face. Gray white scales appeared across the exposed skin of her chest. Again, nanomachines! She is aka Senator Armstrong. What is that? Like a hammer striking an anvil, the shock stunned my limbs for a split second, but unlike last time, Rozan shook it off like a fraction faster. The window was tiny. There wasn't even time to pull back, let alone a strike. But she seized it. Her right hand clamped down on my shoulders. Heartbeat later, her head slammed into my brow, the fastest move possible in that gap, almost impossible to block. Darkness clashes over my sight. I fell back on an instant, arms up to guard my vitals. But before my vision cleared, a whip kick cracked against my thigh. Those gray scales, what are they? What was I just thinking? The headbutt whipped my thoughts clean. The distance I just gained vanished. Rozan was already at me again, not giving me a second to think, let alone to find a way to break a deadlock. But I already figured it out. What I need was time. Then I make some. Time to bust out the finishers I prepared for Rozan. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Boo Boo. She and Mashur has been locked with Rozan's underlegs, lines shifting back and forth. Now Mashur was gone, and Boo Boo was sprinting straight for me. Where's Mashur? No time to think. After another clash with Rozan, I sprang back on the recoil. Mashur! Dead kneel! Death kneel! Ah. I fucked up. 1 minute earlier, the two girls who rushed Rozan with me realized at once there was no opening to break in.
マーシル先輩、私何をすれば。他の敵を食い止めて分析員を援護する。
Figures shimmered through the fog. A spectral outlines moved forward from the sanatorium direction. The staccato burst of gunfire tore through the woods. Bullets hammered down like rain, leaving almost nowhere for them to take cover. Against manifestation, this is about as good as firearms get. Pure saturation fire. Area denial. You can dodge one lane, maybe two, but not the whole webs of bullets. Mashur dropped and rolled, shoving Boo Boo aside.
避けて。
Boo Boo caught on instantly. As the fire whipped low, it kicked out in the opposite directions, tearing the fire nets in half. Mashur rolled once more and vanished into trees, her sniper rifle already strapped through her back. Oh, so she's a sniper user. Got it. A sensor feed overlaid enemies' coordinates across her feud. In this density wooded grove, Mashur held the advantage, at least for now. In less than a minute, she cleared the area without a sound. Stop, close, cut, and insurance. She made sure to slashed throat, underarm, and thigh. With the grove sweep, Mashur glanced briefly at the fallen enemies. Hard to call them humans. They were more like grotesque, twisted monsters. Warped face, bodies bent by mutation. Leaked nitrogen's contamination just pulsed red on her sensors. But their uniforms rang a bell. Thinking back through her memories, she remembers seeing them in the containment zone, the coyotes. She blinked. One head mounted sensor straight fixed into Yuchita's Kyujo's position. Two masses, tangled energies reading flooded the scan, smothering the weaker signals. Control burst, echoes from the Boo Boo side. Mashur lifted her wrist display across the road. Only Boo Boo tag was still active. On her flank, a single hostile lingered nearby.
早く分析員を助けないと。
She brought up her sniper rifle. Though the leaves and bushes, another unwary enemies came into view.
Hey, Mudaru.
Oh.
Hey, Mudaru.
Is that her? Oh my gosh, she's as cute as ever! Mashur snapped the muzzle towards the sound. The woman stood in a thicket a few dozen meters away.
エステル。
The cute girl! In that blink, a silhouette resembling Esther vanished from her scope. Her terminal streaked, hostile pings flared across the display, but Mashur didn't have a second to confirm. A figure torn through the branches like a beast that felt no pain, crashing into Mashur and hurling her back. Okay, that scream wasn't really necessary, but okay.
お前絶対に忘れない。お前はあの時の。
Damn, that raspy voice! Mashur barely brought her dagger up in time to parry. The woman crashed into her, driving them both through trees after trees with inhumane force. Blood ran down the dagger's grove. Esther grabbed both guards and blade, her face twisted with pain and hatred. Pinned against the splintered trunks, Mashur braced with everything she had to keep the dagger from her throat. The woman's intent to open was more than clear. Monsieur! Death kneel!
死ね死ね
Okay, this is always... Yeah. I've been through this. This is... Her overreaction to that voice acting, that was so bad.
どうしてこんな時に
Esther drove the blade down. It edged, itching towards Monsieur's throat.
あれを使わなきゃ
Monsieur twisted her head aside. Daggers grazed her ear. Using the momentum, she caught Esther's wrist and drove the blade through her hand into the trunk. The instant the pressure eased, Monsieur tore free and drew the device from her vest. The air rippled outward from her hand, a perfect sphere wrapped light and space as it expanded. 1 year earlier, Fredia and Monsieur stood across the Tao's desk while she reviews the proposal Fredia has just handed over.
いいでしょう。
やったーだから言ったでしょ
Fredia shot me a quick, triumphant grin, but I took the look on Tao's face.
ただし、プロジェクトの責任者は変えさせてもらいます。
待ってください私が一から立てたプロジェクトなのに人に任せるなんて
分析員、彼でないと許可できません。たとえ進捗が遅れようとも、このプロジェクトを任せられるのは彼だけです。
おう
Fredia called on at once. Besides, Monsieur still looks confused. Hal looked at me, then at Monsieur. I still don't have this Monsieur Shadow Call. I need her.
これが完成すれば、分析員にとって何を意味するのか。二人とも当然分かっていますよね。これは彼が立ち上げた彼の体を研究するプロジェクトで、結果として彼を危険にさらしかねない武器が出来上がります。
Alright, no need to be so grim. If I can't trust the people in this room, there's no point in doing it. I trust you to keep this classified. It doesn't have to be me at the helm.
いいえ、あなたが引き受けないのなら、この件は却下します。
Hal was adamant. Fine, I'll do it. From that day, a year ago, a secret project began moving under my lead. By studying my body that interconventions among Taitogen's 3 states, we developed an apparatus called the Death Kneel. I run on Monsieur's manifestations output, amplifying through her new exosuit. Once activated, the Death Kneel releases oscillations pulses in regular intervals. Those pulses drive Taitogens into resonance, forcing a reversion. From its energy form to matter, any manipulated Taitogens in its energy state under the Death Kneel's field suffers the backlash of that force revision. Even without active control, it triggers phase lock, resonating frees the Taitogen structure inside the body. It has having a sword embedded within you. Move, and you cut from the inside. In this world, only 2 can wield Taitogens and freely shift its state, Rozan and me. Since our first encounter, my combat abilities has changed beyond recognition, but Rozan hasn't been idle either. The deeper I study, the clearer it has become that this power has infinite variations. I couldn't even guess at Rozan's limits. To ensure a true kill switch against her, I chose to trust Tao, let Idris still study my physiologies, and find a way to neutralize my own power. Monsieur, Death Kneel! At my command, Boo Boo surged forward. 2 hovering mirrors rose behind her and began looping tight circles at high speed around me. Rozan's assault never stopped. Monsieur was still nowhere to be seen. The Death Kneel's wave hasn't hit yet. Staying on the defensive was increasing the danger. Behind me, my Boo Boo blew the mirror in sync with my footwork. I even had to divert focus just to keep her safe from Rozan's strikes. At last. Just as I was about to pull back and regroup with Monsieur, Daphne's wave arrived. The mirrors trailing me burst apart, then reinformed against my back, locking together into a full-body shield. The wave slammed into Rozan's full force. She coughed blood on impact, suspended midair, frozen as if she hit an invisible wall. Daphne waves can't tell friend or from foe. If they touch me, I take the hit too. Boo Boo's new exosuit carries a new auxiliary system from 72 reflective micro drones. The specular arrays. One of its core functions is wave suppression. The drone links into laminated plates, smooth as mirror on both sides. They can form a large tactical screen or disperse under Boo Boo's direct control. When the waves come, she maneuvers the array of shields need to front the blunt. My combat suit added another buffer, keeping the penalty minimal. Like now, the wave tore through Rozan while I barely felt it. That was our chance. Even with the shield, a sense of vertigo surged through me. I pushed through the nausea, though the gut-twisting pain of movement and drove in. Rozan twisted face filled my sight. My fist was from an inch from her chest. One more and I drive it straight through her heart. Her gray white scales erupted again, then began to fracture. Spider web undoing my punch. Dark blood sprang from her mouth. The scales are reacting. I shoved the dot aside and drove another fist into the same spots. The second wave hit. Boo Boo had to be still to behind me. I caught the whir of the spectral array, breaking and reforming. The pulse washed over again. I taste iron, but pushed through. The backlash of the manageable. This was one of the openings I never get again. I unleashed a dirt punch. Something gave this time. I finally felt flesh. Fourth, an uppercut. Leaned into her guardless chest. She caught up my fist too late. Her stereo shattered. Her knuckles drove on through. Her palms still wrapping around them. A follow-up went for her throat. Her windpipe collapsed under the blow. I followed through. Left fist pinning her hand and heart. Right fist slamming through her throat. Bone splintered. The strikes drove into her side and up beneath her arms, punching through into the lungs. The third wave hit. My next punch was already halfway through. Wait, something's off. The instant I felt it, tried to slip back, Rozan's hand, still guarding her chest, snapped shut on my wrist like a vase. Boo Boo! No time to further orders, no need either. As the plates Boo Boo was piloting were already breaking apart and sealing tight along my back. The death deal pulse weren't hitting me hard, but something has shifted. In the scramble, Rozan's spectral ray and I had fallen into one line. The third wave was barely touching her now. She caught my other hand, grinning right into my face. Her heartbeat thundered, her serum knitted back together, then swelled, forcing my fist out of her chest. The damage I've done vanished in a heartbeat. A powerful suction pulled at me from her palm. The nitrogen in my palm wrenched free. Streams of energy drawn into her hand around mine. The instant regeneration had turned the fist on her head. Worse, Monsieur could only fire the death needle 3 times. Now Boo Boo and I were the ones in danger. Shall I pull back? No. The doll flickered, then died. A fight is about processing information, reading intent, pre-exempting the next move. Instinct, tempered through the countless battles. One told me one thing. I have to break Rozan's move here and now. Right after revealing the incredible regeneration ability, she gone straight to draining the Titagens out of me. It wasn't a feint. Her heart has been half pulverized. She was forced to use that power, and her next move had to flip the field. The same choice I made with the death needle hit. I poured everything into holding the Titagen in place. fourth wave hit. Wait, a fourth? Rozan and I coughed blood at the same time. The world went crimson. The death knell wave slammed into both of us full force while we were locked together. A fourth shot hasn't been in the plan, and Boo Boo has already pulled back to protective plates. This is development worked in my favor. Falling straight into Rozan's setup. At this range, she slipped inside the spectral array buffered zone, nullifying the death knell's impact on her. Our original plan should have gone like this. Mashura could fire death knell. Boo Boo would fly the plates to screen me, letting us press the advantage. The top priority was to weaken Rozan. The death knell doesn't affect Boo Boo. If the tides turn, her close quarters kit would let her finish Rozan while the wave crippled her. But when the waves hit me, no amount of drills with Mashura could prepare me for that kind of pain. Time slowed to a crawl. Boo Boo burst past my shoulders, a crushing knee folding Rozan in half, lifting her clean off the ground. With two fingers hooked like talons, she slashed straight for Rozan's eyes. But even under the face lock, Rozan twisted forward and drove her forehead into Boo Boo's hands. Rozan spat out blood again, but she had recovered half a beat before I did. Boo Boo's hands was injured, yet she still controlled the spectral ray, spreading it wide into the defensive screen. Her point-blank range, her submachine guns roared, an entire burst hammering into Rozan. Rozan barely managed to guard her vitals with one arm, then staggered back hard. Boo Boo shifted to pursuit, but I stopped her. Leave her. Find Mashura. In a blink, Rozan disappeared into the roadside woods. We moved towards the death knell's position and found Mashura slumped against the splintering trunks, pale as chalk. Are you hurt? She tried to stand, but her legs gave out halfway. 3 activations of the death knell should have been her limit, yet she fired 4. Now she was completely drained. Rozan hasn't gone far. The regeneration of hers clearly had limits. She wouldn't have pulled back looking that ragged otherwise. I didn't know much about this new ability of hers, but she hasn't figured out the death knell either. We pursue, but be careful. Can you move? The word says carefully, but I said be careful. Whatever, it doesn't really matter too much. Right, can we move? We can't let Rozan catch on. I hauled Mashura to her feet. The 3 of us set off, following Rozan's trail into the woods. Okay, the hunt. We're gonna spend stamina on this because I have a lot of stamina. That's why.
今ロザンがいたよ。目の前。ブブ、分析員が言ってたよ。落ち着いてって。わかった。
That looks nice.
この汚れ目。
Oh yeah.
あそこにエレベーターがあるよ。ハッキング完了。下に敵がいるから気をつけて。
Right. If the meter fills up, free skill and it's an instant lock. But if you use it freely, it's an AoE. I'm not gonna use the ulti though. Hey, stop! Stop! I want to demonstrate how it works! Stop attacking me! Ass! Yeah, that's the AoE. Alright, let's teleport.
なんてったってヘイムダルだから。また敵が。ブブが片付けるね。今度は 憶から方向を間違えないようにしてくらえ。分析員ブブの活躍すごかったでしょ。
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. But we're not using the 5-star weapon. We're using a 4-star weapon.
このまま飛び越えよう。くらえ。
Sucks that we're not using the 5-star one though.
この結くらえ。逃がさない。
Get over here.
逃がさない。くらえ。超不詳細だね。
Oh yeah, if the meter fills up, free reset.
逃がさない。分析員どこ行った？レーダーから見て先にいるはずだよ。じゃあお邪魔虫はブブが片付けるから。
I don't know why they call it a submachine gun. This is more like a dual pistol.
どれどれ。たとい。作戦成功ね。
Alright, next stage.
ブブ、分析員の期待は絶対裏切らないもん。逃がさない。くらえ。逃がさない。重複詳細だね。分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。この汚れ目。逃がさない。
I don't know where it hit, but
楽勝だったね。逃がさない。くらえ。逃がさない。くらえ。逃がさない。逃がさない。
yeah, by the way, I was doing poorly when I did the recording earlier, but I had to delete it like I mentioned.
敵たち命が惜しくないの？ロザンのために時間を稼いでいるんだよ。くらえ。逃がさない。この汚れ目。逃がさない。くらえ。逃がさない。分析員逃がさない。くらえ。
Alright, let's go. Teleport. Oh, we're supposed to go over here. Alright.
ロザンはもう中に入ったのかな。どうしたの？大丈夫？なんでもない。気にしないで。
Yeah, for some reason you can't close in on the character's face up close like that.
ここをこうちょこっと押せば分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。
Yeah, you can go up close.
今なら秘訣充実。やる気満々だよ。くらえ。重複詳細だね。
Alright, now teleport. Before I thought you're not supposed to teleport from here. But, yes you do.
逃がさない。くらえ。準備よし。重複詳細だね。
Alright.
一絲べからずだよ。くらえ、逃がさない。楽勝だったね。この汚れでくらえ。分析に逃がさない。なんてったってヘイムダルだから。
I did better. I did better than before,
壮
though.
大だね。どれどれ。たとい。作戦成功ね。
Okay, now on to progress 2. We burst through the window and hit the corridor. As we chased Rozan, her creatures sworn to block the path outside the federal sanatorium's grounds crawled with the change and titans. We were forced to slow. By the time we reached the building, Rozan's trails was already gone. Hydrogen's contamination is rising. Bombs are breaking up. Let's find somewhere to regroup and catch our breath. Things are getting messy.
わかった。
Boo-Boo nodded, face paled, hair plastered with sweat. I noticed back on the highway. Now Monsieur was barely conscious. Monsieur! We found a quiet room. Boo-Boo stood guard at the door while I eased Monsieur onto the bed. Monsieur. She fumbles for the sensor display on her wrist. I unclamped the strap and set the device in her hands. The sensor of her head flickered. Data streamed across the display. Narrow pulse pressured, heart rate spiked, body temperature low, mid-shock.
大丈夫。
Her voice was barely there, reaching for her combat kit she missed. I picked it up for her. Which one?
強心剤を。
I found the ampoule, rolled up her sleeve, and drove it into her forearm. Her pulse reading climbed on the terminal. Moments later, color began to return to her face. I remained silent. Beside me, Boo-Boo held her breath.
もう平気。心配しないで。
What happened?
エステルがいた。もう試乗車になったみたい。映像を撮った。これを見て。
Monsieur tapped the screen. Recording about 30 minutes earlier appeared on screen. The death needle wave rippled out of Monsieur. Gashes split open across Esther's body. Gray-white hydrogen spattered with blood. She rolled in pain, thrashing as she skewered bound by invisible wires, yet still riffled, tearing herself open even deeper. As the pulse faded, she lunged at Monsieur again, straight into the second wave. This time, she powered through and swung anyway. The image jotted. The camera slowly moved. The third wave flared, finally locking Esther in mid-motion. When the death needle grip began to wane, she moved again, and Monsieur fired the fourth wave without hesitation, even as she slowly, painfully drew the side arms from her waist. The shot struck Esther square in the chest. She howled, staggered, then stumbled into the stick on all fours. The footage cut off. Monsieur lowered the terminal. The stimulant was taking hold. A steady color was spreading across her face. And then another demiurge.
上昇は体内にタイタン物質を蓄えてある相手にしか通用しないから。
You were gambling with your life.
知ってる。でも分析員が私を必要としてたから答えないと。分析員にとってロザンは一番の脅威。 彼女を排除できるチャンスは逃したくない。体のタイタン汚染がちょっとひどくなっただけだから安心して。長所を使いすぎた時の生存確率はそこそこ高いにゃん。
Fine, but don't do it that again. Esther tore through the Titagen's base lock like a maniac, and no one could have seen it coming. Remember, your safety comes first, always.
わかったにゃん。
But sure gave a little wink, brushing it off with her usual bit of cuteness. I rubbed her brow with a sigh. But she's always been stubborn. Once she decides on something, she never wavers. She was nearly as fine as she looks, the death needle running off her manifestation powers and amplified through her exosuit, which put a brutal strain on her heart. While she channels it, even the smallest movement pushes her heart closer to collapse. In training, 3 activations were about her absolute limit. But this time, under a demi-urge assault, she forced a 4, driving the target back, and still held herself together all the way here, in case Rozan circles back. I felt a pang of guilt. All I could do was reach out and ruffle her hair, watching her fine beads of sweat gather on her brow. I turned to Boo-Boo. In the fight with Rozan, she actually exceeds my expectations. Time to give my Boo-Boo some praise. Arms across, she blinked, not catching my drift. I took her injured hand and looked it over, and carefully not to hurt her. How did it feel going up against Rozan?
分析員、私やらかしちゃったよね。2回もチャンスあったのに。部分のことせめてよ。
She met the third and fourth wave death kneel waves. Amassed from the close quarters chaos. The spectral array has dulled the third wave impact on Rozan. And when the fourth hits, Rozan still broke through Boo-Boo's strike. That's what she was blaming herself for. But it wasn't really on Boo-Boo, not when our opponent was Rozan. Rozan and I weren't just evenly matched in power. Her will to fight was exceptional too. Those gray-white scales that appeared and that instant regeneration during the third wave. My mind drifted, then snapped back. Boo-Boo was standing there, anxious and guilty, eyes shining with unshed tears. I'd been silent so long that she thought I was upset with her. Your wrist dislocated. Hold still. This is going to hurt. With a steady pull, I guided the joint back into place. A sharp pain stopped her tears before I could fall. They could fall. I checked her hands again, slowly with this time. Oh, wait, sorry, my mistake. Fingers are fine. Sorry, I zoned out for a bit. You did well, Boo-Boo. Don't beat yourself. Your reaction were quick, and in a fight that's brutal, you still kept full control of the spectral array.
でも、私が少々に気づけなかったせいで、こんなことに。
Looks like your fault. Rozan grabbed your wrist. That's why I couldn't pull back in time. In just 2 waves, mere seconds, she already read our setup and found a counter. None of us knew there would be a 4th wave, and you still charged in to face her. Boo-Boo lifted her head from my chest, her eyes still glistering, lashes wet.
分析員をちゃんと守りたかったの。今度こそ。倒すまで何度だって分析員と一緒にロザンに立ち向かうの。
That's my girl. I reached out and ruffled her hair. Rozan, she's something else. I just don't mean her new abilities. Even with the phase lock hurting her, she was still able to take your strike. Instant regeneration aside, pushing through that kind of pain takes incredible willpower. In training at headquarters, I take Death Neo waves head on, unshielded, more than once. I know exactly how much willpower and discipline it takes to keep moving through that kind of pain. My thoughts began to settle, and as I replayed the fight, gray white scales, strength and speed beyond human's limits, and that burst of instant regeneration at the end. No wonder she come at me so boldly, without the Death Neo. Even all the Heimdalls together might not even have enough to bring her down. I had a hunch every one of those strange abilities tied to Taichijin's. Early on, each of my strikes must have connected with those scales. That's why the hit felt wrong. That's why the hit feedback felt wrong. When the wave hit, the phase lock engaged. The scales fractured on impact. After that, they didn't come back. She must have been generating them reflectively, right as each strike landed. I closed my eyes and focused, feeling the Taijin's flow through my veins, drawing it closely towards the back of my hands. Bit by bit, like dragging through mud, a gray violet matter welled up beneath the skin of the back of my hand, swelling into a raised patch. I brushed my fingers over the abnormal patch of skin. It's fine. Under my will, the gray-violet mass receded, sinking back into my skin. I pulled out my comms terminal to reach headquarters. Static screech. Hydrogen's contamination here was too heavy. The call failed. Bashir sat up on the bed, planting both feet on the floor with two firm stomps. Yeah, I need to get in touch with Sapphire. We need to trace the source of this Hydrogen's contamination. From where Rozan reached to the Death Neo, those scales, that regeneration, they're bound by the base lock, which means they're Hydrogen base. If we don't purge the Hydrogens here, taking her down will be difficult.
Rozan って任務の標的じゃないんだよね。どうしてここで倒さなきゃいけないの？
Of course, she won't sit around waiting for Heimdall to rally. She's the prey and we're the hunters. She sees it exactly the same way. We also need to warn headquarters. Without Death Neo, it's extremely dangerous for anyone but me to run into Rozan alone.
じゃあソフィーは？
We'll check on Sophie too, but Rozan and the Demiurge comes first. Wait, Boo Boo, the bird was yours shot down earlier. Did you bag it?
ちゃんと取っといたよ。
Boo Boo unclipped the dead bird from her exosuit and handed it to me. I parted the feathers. Hydrogen residue clung to skin and plumage alike. Tearing the beak open, I saw those gray Hydrogen's light pooling inside its throat. It could still fly with this much contamination? I directed a trace of Hydrogens from my body into the bird, watching how it moved and the layering in the sheen, comparing fresh resonance to residue buildup. Doesn't look synthetic. It's natural contamination. Then, if it is a Rozan. Thinking back, the bird hasn't been scouting. It posed no threat. More like a warning. A rasping chirp cut through the silence outside. Monsieur and Boo Boo snapped their weapons toward the door. Then came a ragged fluster of wings. Another bird, nearly identical to the one in my hand, stumbled into the door handle. It cocked its head askew, staring at me. Then it lurched off again, vanishing from sight. Alright, in that case, we follow.
追いかけるの？
Someone wants to see us. Someone caught between Rozan and me.
あれ？お兄ちゃん、何の用？イリナ。 こっちに戻って。
A frail girl with reclining on the bed, calling out to the child who has run towards me.
うん。
Startled, the little one, Elena, paused, then scurried back and hid behind the girl. Realizing I meant no harm, the girl relaxed a little, though she still kept the child close behind her.
あなたは誰？どうやって入ってきたの？
I believe this belongs to Sophie. Is she here? I pointed to the bird that has just frowned in and settled on the shelf. It fluttered its wings and disappeared into the inner room.
こんにちは、分析員さん。会いに来てくださってありがとうございます。
From her voice alone, I knew she was the one who spoke in Eda's broadcast. But something was different. In the video, her voice was a spellbinding pull. Now the manipulative undertone was gone. And yet it still felt like her voice rising from within me, drawing me close without my noticing. It must have triggered an alert. The sewer sensors chirped softly and Boo Boo's specular arrays rose into position behind me, ready to engage. Easy. I caught Boo Boo's hand before she could draw her weapon. Other than that mind-bending voice, Sophie posed no threat to me. Besides, the bird perching on her hand looked like the one that has warned us before it met Rozan. After we entered the sanatorium, it guided us here. Two girls, one frail, one innocent. She's trying to disarm me with weakness. Shall we talk here? Then, emissary.
降臨団も聖女ももう存在しません。私は私。それ以外の何でもありません。この子たちはタイタン汚染を受けた子です。お察しの通り、誰かを傷つける力などありません。
Then lead away. You don't want them to hear what we're about to discuss, I assume.
ありがとうございます。では、こちらへ。両者、イリナは任せました。すぐに戻りますから。
So far, we have not met any male characters, only because the Chinese players don't want to see any male characters at all, other than themselves.
ソフィーお姉ちゃん。
The girl on the bed looked at me, worry aching across her face.
安心してください。彼らは悪い人じゃありません。
Head bowed and hands folded over her abdomen. She passed me with a quiet grace. I followed Sophie into the lobby. The place seems deserted. The canvas hall still bore with the Euros Federation era style. Neat overall, but dust has gathered in the corners. Is it only the three of you here? Sophie didn't answer, and I didn't press. We crossed the hall, took the corridor, and stopped before the room at the far end. It must have been hers, a hospital bed and two chairs, one large, one small, presumably for the girls in her care.
どうぞ。
No need. I'm not here for pleasantries. I held back because you showed goodwill. That doesn't absolve you of what happened. She listens in silence, waiting for me to go on. I'll be blunt. We clash in the containment zone. Even if the Adventists are gone, we still have the right to hold you accountable for what you did. And now, at a critical phase of your plan, your voice has appeared in Eda's broadcast. Idrissa has hard proof that it's yours. Do you want me to play it for you? Or will you claim that you didn't know what it was for?
あの映像を見たのですね。
I asked the questions. She held my gaze.
はい、私です。 自分の声と交換にエッダから欲しいものを手に入れました。
So it was just a transaction done.
もしそれ以上のつながりがあるなら、こうも容易に見つかる場所に長居なんてしません。
Edo's the one who led me here. But something about her didn't sit right, so I kept it to myself. She paused. When I didn't object, she went on.
あなたにも一つ取引をお願いしたいです。聞いていただけますか？交換条件としてエッダから教わった覚醒者の秘密をお教えします。
Oh, she was talking while I was pressing. Oh, my mistake. Is that I stayed silent and she went on. Alright. I hated how they paused so slow and then talk again. Please don't do that. I don't like that.
そちらのお嬢さんの体も何とかしてみせましょう。
Are you done now? Okay.
私はもう大丈夫だから。
Monsieur ignored Sophie and muttered to me instead. A thought struck me. I found myself rubbing my fingertips without thinking. A few minutes ago, when Monsieur came to a shock, I laid a hand on her head. A fine sheen of sweat has gathered on her skin. Monsieur Anodarius, a condition that prevents her from feeling pain, will also prevent sweating. Her glands are intact, but the nerves fail to send the signal. I didn't know much about Monsieur's analgesia, but I knew this. If she's sweating, something's wrong. What do you want in return?
先にあの映像についてあなたの見解をお聞かせください。
Is that part of the deal? Sophie fell silent. She stepped closer. Her gaze stripped past me and Boo Boo before coming to rest on Monsieur.
普通を知らないことほど苦しいことはあるでしょうか。
The same haunting resonance from the broadcast creeped back into her voice. It was like soothing balm. Even the tension left from the fight with Rozan seems to be eased. I turned to Monsieur again. Beads of sweat glistering on her forehead. She scrumbled her eyebrow as if enduring something unseen. Monsieur.
大丈夫。
She met my eyes, lost and uncertain.
回復していますね。良いことです。
I took Monsieur's hand. Her eyes flickered to the sensor's display on her wrist.
ちょっとだけ安定してきた。私からのささやかな気持ちです。では、教えていただけますか？
Sophia has been like this since we met. Nothing seems to matter to her except the answers she wanted. What exactly do you want to know? How I intend to deal with Edda?
あの未来についてどうお思いですか？その考えがどうであれ、エッダがそうしたのはユグドラシルは何か企んでいると、そう人々に信じさせることが目的なのでしょう。あなたはエッダの言うような人間なのでしょうか？なぜエッダを拒んだのですか？
Edda's very creation was a mistake. The way she saw answers and the ending wasn't planning were bound to be wrong. To upload one's mind and live forever in the virtual world, that might be the right path to her, but she isn't human, and it's only natural that humanity would resist her. Maybe that's the only path to so-called immortality, maybe even to civilization survival. But humanity doesn't accept it. At least I don't.
けれど結末はもう覆せません。違いますか？
Every human being dies eventually. Immortality isn't something humans should pursue. Like I said, her creation was a mistake, created to handle problems that were ours to solve. The mistake isn't on Edda, it's on those whose naive placed that burden on her. I want to correct that mistake, nothing more. Are you going to stop me?
いいえ、あなたの考えが知りたいだけと申し上げたはずです。では、その後はあの未来とどう向き合うおつもりですか？
That's not for me to worry about. I never call myself a savior. I don't have some grand plan to fix the world. And anyone who claims that they do usually have an agenda. The idea of savior is a lie. We told too many stories like that. Someone rises, something fixes everything, set the world right, but it never works that way. The world's problem, our flaws and contradictions, they aren't for one people to solve, but for everyone to work on. I'm no doctor. I can't cure Genovis. I'm just lucky. My life used to be simple. Live as best I could, hoping someone found a cure. Hope things slowly got better. Hope children make their parents proud. Hope that beating finds the strength to stand again. That was enough for me. Even with Genovis, the world wasn't so bad. But some people couldn't stand that. They had to burn it all down and call it ambition and chase to prove themselves. I just happened to have the power to stop them. That's all my saving the world amounts to. But to fix everything alone, I have my own life, my own happiness. To give all that up, to throw myself completely into that kind of crusade, it might change nothing at all. And to the ones who cared about me, that would be cruelty. Humanity has its fate, its fight. We'll find the answers ourselves. I'll make sure of it. The answer is what humanity is looking for. Not Edda's, not every single person, not Rozan's, not mine. On the world where humanity struggles towards salvation, its ideals, I'm just a blade cutting down the monsters along the way. I don't have the answers itself.
わかりました。分析員さん。教えていただきありがとうございます。光栄です。
Let's get back to the point. You won't be much help in my fight with Rozan. But since you were showing goodwill, coming forward and help assure I can make this offer. Cooperate and make amends for what you've done, and Yggdrasil will not make things hard for you. Your secret is what you can offer me. So tell me, what do you want in return?
私の身柄の自由と、そして秘密はここを離れてからお教えすることになります。
You're saying I should let you go first, knowing you work with Edda, risking her tearing down my plan, and only when you're safe will you tell me the secret that's supposed to help me.
信じていただけますか？直ちに教えて差し上げたいのですが、今話せない事情があります。
She still wore that same look of utter sincerity. She had it since the moment we met. So genuinely, it almost felt rehearsed. Why are you here then? And those girls, what's their story?
かわいそうな子たちです。あの子たちの声を聞いてあげていました。彼女たちの苦しみと選択に耳を傾け、救済を授け、救いへと導くのです。
Salvation? Don't tell me you mean Valhalla. Maybe your song let them die with less pain, but they still die. They died because of Edda.
分かっています。ええ、もちろん無力な私には彼女たちの命を救えません。
My apologies for skipping that dialogue. But She doesn't have to speak that much. With those 2 words.
私にできるのは苦しみがないよう彼女たちを眠りに導くことだけで、それはもちろん救いとは程遠いものなのでしょう。今私には皆を救う力がありませんから。
I knew she had a part in Eda's scheme. But in those late few words, a false note vanished. Whatever she done, her kindness towards those 2 girls was real. I wanted to believe there was some good it left in her. Besides, letting her go was part of the plan. Fine. I'll let you walk this time.
ありがとうございます。理解してくださって。
She turned away and left the room.
分析、そのままにしていいの？
Yeah, I need to contact headquarters.
彼女が言ったことを確かめるの？
No, I want to see what Eda has planned for me. There's no point in catching her now. She'll bring up her surprises soon enough. I need to contact headquarters to report Mastro's condition. Whether the plans continue will depend on that.
大丈夫だって。上昇の反動が消えたから調子はちゃんと戻ったにゃ。
I showed Mastro a sharp look. She flinched, glanced towards the doorway, still holding my hand. Alright, let's head to the roof. If we can't get a signal there either, we're moving out. Mastro's sensors flickered back to life as we started up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Sophie's chest rose and fell in a small, steady breath. As she walked, the conversation kept replaying in her mind.
話しすぎたのでしょうか。でも知りたいことを聞けましたし、エッタに頼まれた仕事もやり遂げました。分析員さんは優しいお方ですね。あなたのような優しい人ならいつかきっと分かってくれますよね。
I recognize this song. I recognize this soundtrack. It's kind of like Kasane's Sirius.
さて、これからは
Turning the plan over in her mind, she pushed the door open.
待っていたよ、ジョーちゃん。
Oh, I did not expect that to happen. Rozan showed up. Oh, damn. All right, in play. Let's go. Wait, I don't know. There isn't none. Look at it.
通信がまだつながらない。やっぱりここの汚染濃度も高いみたいにゃ。じゃあ分析員の言う通りにしよう。変異者を片付けながら通信の調子を確かめよう。楽勝だったね。重複商材だね。分析部分は大丈夫だから集中して。
Wait, let's get a good look of her. There we go. There we go. People like this part. I like the front side more. Now let's see the top part. All right. All right. All right.
あのソフィーって人、変異者がこんなにうようよいるところに病気にかかった人を連れ込んで暮らすなんて。通信状態が良くなってきてる。あっちへ行ってみよう。そうだったね。くらえ。逃がさない。今なら秘訣充実。やる気重複商材だね。 ってヘイムダルだから。
I didn't expect that to hit me. Cracked glass that was shattered that after taking enough damage. Okay. Oh, it resets after kills too. Okay.
小福商材だね。
I don't need more silver bucks.
このエレベーター、下へ降りるやつみたい。下にはタイタン物質があるから、上に行く方がいいんじゃない？他に道がないんだ。とりあえず下へ降りてみよう。後で役立つかもしれないから、ついでに療養センターの地形も記録しておきたいし。なんて言ったってヘイムダルだから。分析ここにいたんだね。
Alright, next stage.
待っていたよ、ジョーちゃん。
Rozan lounged on the bed, one foot resting on the stool. Behind her stood Esther, gaze fixed on Sophie in the doorway.
よせエステル。彼女はウォールの外の人間じゃないんだ。
Oh my god, so they were working together. Oh, so it was a 3 versus 4. Sophie glanced towards the corner. Leosha, the older girl, was curled up in the bed, holding onto trembling Edda close, tears streaking the child's face, but tears kept her silent. Sophie moved to the bedside, gently taking Elena from Leosha's arms and drawing her close.
大丈夫。大丈夫ですから。
The girl relaxed, sinking into Sophie's arms with a faint whimper.
ロザンさん、一旦場所を移しませんか？
悪いけどここが好きでね。
Rozan lifted her finger, palm up. A dead bird lay upon it. The exposed titanium shimmered, then dissipated before Sophie's eyes.
暖かくて柔らかな布団もあって、それに足も休める。
Metallic clink rang out. Metal clattered to the floor. Sophie watched Rozan's adamant tighten, then ease, as several flatter bullets were pushed out of the wound.
何も知らない子供たちを巻き込むおつもりですか？
私と取引する資格、君にそれがあるかどうか次第だ。
Sophie choked out of gasp, too fast to see. A rush of air, and Rozan's hands was already at her throat, slamming her against the wall.
やっぱりないかな。
Rozan released her and sank back into the chair. Sophie slid down the wall, dragging in a sharp breath. In that brief contact, the titanium within her has been torn away by some force she couldn't comprehend. The wrenching pull inside nearly made her black out.
あら、私に助けを求めたことを後悔しているのかい？
Still gasping, Sophie braced herself against the bed frame and pushes to her feet.
どうかお許しを。あなたが知りたいことをすべて話しますので。
へえ、断るんだ。まだ何も言ってないぞ。エステル、見たか？君が欲しくてたまらないあの力が嫌みたいだ。さて、確かめさせてもらおう。その材料が君の命を買うのに足りるかどうかを。
ユグドラシルは 覚醒者の力を完全に引き出せていません。神格を抑制していては覚醒者の力の進化を発揮できません。
へえ、面白い。でもさすがに命を変えるほどの価値はない。私には意味がないからね。
A Titan blade flashes into being, slices through the air before burying it deep in the wall. A lock of hair drifts down. The blade has stopped barely a centimeter from Sophie's neck.
続けて。
The message was clear. Displease her and the blade would finish the cut.
ユグドラシル社は軍と手を組んで北風宇宙センターでロケットを発射し、宿り木
くだらんことはいい。
Another dagger hisses past her neck, struck the wall. One of each side now. A pair of blades pinned in place like an iron yoke. A thin line of blood traces her neck, so fine it barely showed.
次は外さない。続けて。
Silence stretched. Sophie's chest rose and fell. After a long pause, she forces the next words out.
さっきあなたを脅かしたあの武器は使用回数に制限があります。
Rozan's expression didn't change. She raised a hand and one of the blades at Sophie's throat unraveled into simmering turbulence of energy flowing back into her palm.
いいだろう。君の命一回分で手を打ってやる。ここからは私を断ったことについて。さあ、続けて。
To refuse to become a demiurge was to reject Rozan herself, and that meant death. Sophie felt silent, sinking deep into thought. Time stretched. Rozan waited in silence. The room was warm, yet the air felt frozen solid.
私はこの世から痛みをなくし、すべての人間を救いたい。
Rozan neither spoke nor moved, just watched. Her eyes narrowed, unblinking, fixing on Sophie. Under the cutting edge, Sophie went on.
私にはここで手に入れなければならないものと生き延びる理由があります。
She shoved the blade from her throat. Blood trickled from her fingertips, but she didn't even notice that she tapped towards Rozan.
分析員さんからは欲しいものをすでに得られました。それは彼の道なのです。ロザンさん、あなたの道も教えていただけませんか？
私の見当違いのようだ。君はまだまだ弱いけど、私に質問する資格はあるみたいだな。分析員の道なら彼の口から聞く。君などに教えてほしいことは何もない。
Rozan rose and walked over to Lyusha, the girl lying in the bed. She studied the girl's pale face.
私は平等な世界が欲しい。偽りのものじゃなく、すべての人に権利が、その力に見合った分だけ与えられる世界。権利はそうであるべきなんだ。当然、生きる権利も。争いは生きる道を生む。 対して愛だの善意だのは文明を腐らせ、偽りのまま続かせるだけ。だって法律なんてもの作ったところで、それらが平等に与えられることは決してない。何せ本質的に人間は奪い合って生きる獣とそんなに変わらん。争う権利、それが唯一世に生を受けた全ての人に平等に授かった真理なんだ。私も例外じゃない。争いが絶えないのはそれが真に公平な摂理だからな。となれば必然死も淘汰も起こる。それがティーン症候群とタイタン物質、つまり変革の予兆と新世界のルールが登場したわけだ。そのルールの下で勝ち抜き生き延びようとする意志、それこそが唯一私が肯定するもの。
Rozan stepped back to Sophie, pressing her hand against the woman's forehead, studying her face closely.
たまに虫けらでも感心するほど命が惜しい奴がいる。私を拒んだ者は例外なく殺す。ただし私が認める人間に限る。だから君なんて最初はその気にすらならなかった。ここへ来たのもちょっと興味が湧いただけ。まさか君は私が認める側の人間だったとはね。けれどそれだと君を殺す理由ができてしまう。何？約束は守るさ。今回は命を助けてやる。君の道だっけ？それを私に語る権利はまだ君にはない。それを持つまで待ってやる。道を口にすることは何を意味するのか、よく考えておくことだ。覚悟ができたら私のもとに来い。せいぜい生き延びてみせな。楽しみにしてるぞ。
She rose with a lazy stretch and left the room. Esther trailed closely after her.
信じたんだ。二人とも騙せるなんてすごいよ君。
A crimson silhouette simmered into the view behind Sophie. She raised her hand, feeling the warmth, and the wound has already sealed. A new flesh pushes the scab aside.
計画通りだね。ロケットの近くじゃないと彼は来てくれない。彼が来たらロザンも寄ってくる。にしてもデンドロンがないと大変だね。争え、もっと争え。そしたら私に構っていられなくなる。それじゃあ約束したご褒美をあげるね。
Heather waved her hands. Gray hydrogens melt like snow, sinking into Sophie's skin. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, Edda vanished without a trace. A girl on the bed lay out a string of ragged moans. The younger one, already frozen in fear of Rozan and Edda, began to sob anew.
落ち着いて、イリナ。両者はこれから楽園へ向かいます。すべての苦難を経験し、人生の罪を償う。 恐れることも悲しむこともありません。
As Sophie's soothing whispers, Losha's moans embedded away. The pain left her face. A faint of warmth returned to her pallid cheeks. Sophie held her hand, her once clenching fingers slowly uncurling, as if the pain has truly gone. The girl opened her eyes and looked at Sophie and Elena.
ソフィーお姉ちゃん、私楽園へ行くの？ええ、安らかに眠りなさい。両者雪降らずの世界へ、美しき花畑へ、干したてのシーツと暖かな布団に包まれ、安らかに眠れ、安らけく。オリカ、アンナ、ソフィア、きっとみんな両者との再会を楽しみにしています。
Is that her thing? Is that her hand behind her? Looks so weird. Okay, I see over here too.
眠りなさい。いつかまた会えるのですから。
As Sophie hummed, Leisha's eyes closed. Her hand slipped gently from Sophie's grasp. Sophie scattered Elena in her arms and went on humming.
終焉よ。終焉。終焉の時。通信を確立中。
Sorry, Sophie. You speak so slowly that I heard the dialogue, but then it took too long.
通信を確立中。通信確立完了。通信状態安定。こちらカロリー。ボス、分析員からです。
I miss Caroline. She's so cute as always.
はい、今そちらにつなぎます。
分析員、現状報告してください。
Long story short, the death deal worked, but Rozan manifested a new ability and got away. Mishore is experiencing psychological anomalies. I set the data. Get the medical department on remote assist.
はい、待機中の医療班スタッフを通信につなぎます。
And Rozan's new trick. I suspect that it is tied to Taijin. I want Sapphire in this channel.
了解しました。サフィールはイエロ社辺境にいるため、接続に時間がかかります。医療班、通信に接続しました。ただいま、バイタルサインの分析中です。
Understood. We'll wait. On the other hand, Tala held her breath. Easy. The situation is under control.
わかりました。ではそのままあなたの判断で進めてください。
分析員、サフィールがつながりました。
Wait, what? What's happening? Calm down, Sapphire. Life's not going to hurt you. All right, I remember now. I have some questions for you.
ちゃんと話せ。彼の時間を無駄にするな。
ったよ。ちゃんと話すから。
What do you know about using tight stitches for instantaneous tissue repair?
どこで知ったの？このサフィール様の秘密武器。サフィール様はタイタン物質にそれは高い適応性を持ってるの。タイタン物質さえ十分にあればほぼ無敵ってわけ。
And if you use it on someone else?
さあ、人間の体だと適応性は人それぞれだと思うよ。
So how does it actually work?
タイタン物質を正確に操れるかどうかにかかってるね。例えば肌に傷ができたらそのまま傷の上でタイタン物質で新しい皮膚を作れるかとか。
Does it strengthen and or harden change depends on the structure you form?
それはもちろん分子の物理特性は構造によりけりなもんだから。もうすぐには説明できないよ。分析員もタイタン物質を操れるよね。なら自分で触ってみればわかるよ。丈夫さだったらタイタンの外角のタイタン物質は結構信頼できるかも。と言っても傷を癒すにしろ新しい構造を作るにしろ操作精度はマイクロメートル、もっと言えばナノメートルレベルじゃないと無理だよ。
I see. I'll take on it.
やめ、勝手に人の端末引いてくんの？
そっちの状況は？
Life's voice came through without meaning to. My tone softened. It's a bit messy. She got away.
火星に行かせてくれ。
I know you want payback, but your mission is more important. Rozan thought taking me out would be easy, so she came almost alone. But she was wrong. I came to take her out. Still, if a demiurge break through, it could swing the whole fight in our favor.
じゃあこっちの至上者を全て倒したら、あるいは私とカーシアのどっちかが敵を食い止めてもう片方はそっちに向かうとか。
I get it, life, really. But we're already stretching thin. Just hold that front and pushing our limits. Just holding that front is pushing our limits. You two need to stay together. Anyone can slip under pressure. Look at it this way. By keeping the Karawa forces pinned on the east front, you're letting me focus completely on Rozan.
分かった。くれぐれも気をつけて。
She hesitated for a moment, then said only that. She knew. Time was running out. I will. I'll bring back good news. The call clicked off, and Caroline's voice cut back in.
分析、医療班の分析結果が出ました。結論から言うと、マーシルの無痛症が回復しているようです。ですが、原因はまだ不明だそうです。なんでも、まるで勝手に体が回復し始めたみたいで。
Hold on, let me think. And it hit me. We might have been looking at this from the wrong angle. Caroline, patch in the R&D team that built Mashura's exosuit. Keep medical on the line, and give them temporary clearance for the Death Neil project.
わかりました。クリティアとは今連絡が取れないので、代わりに待機中の開発部職員につなぎます。
Certainly, that was a blind spot in the medical team's analysis just now. The Death Neil's clearance level was just too high. They never had full access. They understood human psychology, inside out. But not the exosuit or Death Neil actually works. Overusing both must have been what pushed her body into the shift.
分析員さん、マーシルさんのデータが届きました。具体的に何があったのか教えていただけますか？
She activated Death Meal 4 times in a row, each one during intense close combats.
それは心原性ショックを起こしかねない危険な行為ですよ。
It did. We stabilized her with a cardiac stim injection.
しかしおかしいですね。データからは全くわかりません。
Another manifestation interfered with some kind of special power. Might throw off the readings.
そんな能力の覚醒者もいるんですか。わかりました。ですがやはり嘲笑の連続使用は3回までですよ。
I think the good thing about this, like this new patch, if I skip over the line, it depends on the reading. If she has a new line, she will skip over and read over it. Read over the next line. But if the line continues, if I skip over a line and then some other line shows up, she will still read that line regardless. So I like that change. Thank you for that.
この前も嘲笑の原理について説明しましたよね。嘲笑は戦術装備でマーシルさんの覚醒者の力を増幅し、真覚神経から直接働きかけることで起動する装置です。だから肉体に、特に心臓にはかなりの負荷がかかります。いくら無痛症だからって負荷は本物なので、やはり無茶はダメですよ。
So you think the neurotropic nerves might trigger her recovery from analgesias?
今はそうと仮定するしかありませんね。具体的な原因はマーシルさんの祈祷後、検査を受けてもらうまでなんとも。
分析員さん、あくまでも推測の話になりますが、よろしいですか？
Go ahead.
上昇は真覚神経が直接働きかけて起動するとのことですが、実は無痛症はまさに神経障害系の病気なんです。だから真覚神経がマーシルさんのゲノム血管を改変したのか、もしくは真覚神経が強い負荷で働いたことによってマーシルさんの神経障害が回復したと考えられます。
Meaning, this could actually be good for her.
これからのことを考えれば確かにいいことではありますが、当面の戦術装備の運用ではそうとは限らないかと。
I see. So there are risks. Thank you for your help. The feed switched back to Tao. Her face still carried the same heavy look. Status on the parameter.
なんとか食い止めています。各方面からの攻勢のため食い止めるのも大変ですが。
Understood. Don't worry about us here. I have a few new leads to follow up on.
増援はいらないのですか？
Not yet. If reinforcements move on, Rozan might pull back, and she doesn't want me running either. She came to kill me, no doubt about that. We didn't anticipate her new power, but she didn't see the death deal coming either.
分析員、今送ってもらった会話の録音をもとにソフィーの最新プロフィールを作成しました。もうそちらに届いているはずです。
Copy. We'll compare notes next transmission. Pause. Glance at Tal's hologram. Tal. Plan standard. The operation continues.
わかりました。分析員、くれぐれも気をつけてください。
Clean up. Got it. Okay, I see two
つま
enemies.
り変異者とタイタンを全部倒すってことだよね。ロザンが現れるかもしれないから焦らず慎重に行こう。貴重だったね。
I didn't mean to do that, but it's okay. It's fine. No worries. normal combat records. Some of these resources that we get, I don't think we need them anymore. I think we need like better upgrades in some way.
ここをこうちょこっと押せば
Okay, I don't know why that cursor showed up there, but that was very unnecessary.
準備よし。楽勝だ。なんてここなんか変だよ。はしごも階段もないし、どうやって通るの？ハッキングするから少し待ってて。権限ゲット。
Step on this device to change the orientation of the gravity, allowing you... Oh my god! Well, hold on.
ここは宇宙飛行士の訓練ルームだから重力の働く方向を変更できるみたい。
If this was an actual game and then there's some weird thing that's gonna happen, holy damn. Oh, I don't have to do... Yo, that's trippy. This reminds me of God of War 3, where you walk into the labyrinth.
ここをこうちょこっと押せばなんか不思議な気分だね。突き当たりにエレベーターがあるはず。上にタイタンがいるから気をつけてにゃ。
I'm looking at the shadow of myself. It's crazy. Okay, so... Okay, I know there's like the quote-unquote yellow paint that helps you go through. At the same time, I'm glad that happens because I don't want to spend too much time on this. It's all. Find a console. Oh, I'm supposed to go down. All right, see?
この汚れめくらえ逃がさないくらえ楽勝だった逃がさないくらえ重複商材だね。
All right.
ここをこうちょこっと押せば
Okay. I saw that was gonna happen, so... Oh, wow.
なんてったってヘイムダルだから。
I think more games should do these type of puzzles. They make the game much more fun. Wait, am I supposed to go? Oh my god. I was heading to the wrong direction. I wasted time for nothing. Oh well. Here we go. On the rooftop, I replayed the call that I had just had with the headquarters.
その分析員その聞きたいことがあるの。
Go ahead.
長将と陣陽の連携はロザン対策として考えた戦術なんでしょ？
Yeah. She gave us a lot of trouble at New Hetero. After that, I started looking for a way to counter her, or at least let her edge. We both manipulate hydrogen, so I figured I could turn that against her. That's how Death Neil started. I also needed insurance, something to keep me from being hit the same way. That's when your spectral ray came in.
じゃあ どうして私なの？相手はあのロザンだよ。私なんかよりもリフ先輩かファニー先輩の方がずーっと信頼できるんじゃない？
What do you think?
私は自分で考えてもわからないから聞いてるの。
We followed through 42 life and death missions together. The spectral ray needed you lock on me in combat, tracking, shielding, moving in sync with me. So tell me, who else could I trust with that?
なるほど。わかった。ブブ分析員の期待に絶対に応えるぞ。
No need to put that much pressure on yourself.
やっぱ張り切った方が性に合うんだ。立派な覚醒者に立派なヘイムダル隊員になるために私は頑張ってるんだもん。
A real one?
うん。だって神覚神経を持ってるから立派な覚醒者だなんて。そんなの甘えだよ。
Then what makes someone a real manifestation in your eyes?
それは一人前のヒーローじゃないと。カーシア先輩みたいにすっごい特技があるとか、ファニー先輩みたいにオーラだけで敵をぶっ飛ばすとか。マーシル先輩だって試乗車に邪魔されても正確に調子を発動して敵を追い払えて、私を必要としてたから答えないとってかっこよすぎるよ。私もいつか分析員にあんなセリフが言えるようになりたい。
She makes it sound easy than it is, doesn't she? Well, want to know how she does it? Let's ask her directly. Monsieur was perched on the balcony rail, legs swinging, gaze lost somewhere past the horizon. One of her sensors has pointed our way the whole time, quietly eavesdropping. What was going through your head when you faced Esther?
終わったって思ったにゃん。この戦術装備は感知と偵察能力に特化したものだから情報収集と即時処理は得意だけど、あんな密林で接近戦に持ち込まれちゃったら助かる見込みはほぼないにゃん。え、でもさっき。
People think all sorts of things when life and death. Fear, doubt, hesitation. It's normal. The difference between the strong and the weak isn't that the strong doesn't feel fear. It's that they don't let it control them. Everyone's afraid sometimes, even me. People are complicated. In stories, heroes always look fearless and perfect, but that's fiction simplified. It doesn't matter what she felt. What matters is what she chose to do.
わかった。ブブもっと頑張るぞ。
Yeah, it's kind of like Mia. Like you need to know what your actions going through and how you're thinking when you're going through it. But at times is you don't let your mind think. It's more like instincts that you have to get through it. That's it.
一日も早く立派なヘイムダル隊員になってみせるね。
You already are. I almost said it, but held back. She wouldn't understand it yet. What she believes in, if she ever truly exists, it would be too cruel a goal to chase. I couldn't let that happen. No need to tell her now. For the moment, there was still threat inside the sanatorium that needs to be handled. Sophie, even under the confinement serum, what else could Edda be hiding that might be threatened to me? Rozan, has she really shown up everything she got? Can I really take her down this time? Instant regeneration that defies reason. Gray scales form on the fly, strength and agility far beyond projections, and a will strong enough to withstand the death knell. Remembering Sapphire's words, I raised my hand again. Focus, then let it split, guided Taijijins bit by bit through my skin. A dense silver shell coated my hand. I curled my fingers, gave it a flick. Sharp metallic clicks rang out like tapping on steel. The idea began to shape. Those gray scales were Taijijins drawn to the surface, hardened into armor in an instant. Rozan's control over Taijijins were absolute, precise, instinctive. She could reinforce any point with Taijijins the moment she was struck. And that same technique could be turned into a weapon. A focus, again, fused Taijijins with the fast twisted muscles fibers in my arm, then threw a punch into the air. The strike ripped through the air, bursting with a sharp sonic boom. Boo-Boo and Mashura has been silent, watching the whole time. When my punch flashes through the air, Boo-Boo gasped. That punch matches Rozan's speed in combat, but there was one key difference. I needed setup. She could fight like that from the start. I laid out my theory to Boo-Boo and Mashura for coordinating our death knell strategy. And intel like this was critical.
その守りを崩せる方法はないの？分析員の話から推測すると、ロザンのその防御は攻撃の当たる場所を正しく読み取る必要があるみたい。攻撃の当たる場所を、もしくはこれから攻撃を受けることを知らないなら防御はできないはず。
Exactly. While standards attacks won't do much, she heals too fast.
二人の言う通りなら、ジンヤオが3回目の上昇のパルスを防いだ時点で、ロザンはすでに喉、胸骨と心臓を修復し終えたことになる。さらに、サフィールの話を合わせて考えれば、ロザンのタイタン物質を操る力は瞬時に細胞を修復できるほどに強くなってる。多分細胞、さらに器官の一部の機能をタイタン物質で賄えているのかもしれない。そんなのもう人間じゃないよ。
Demiurge stopped being humans a long time ago. Their bodies answered to their Dweewus now. You just mimic human behavior to look like us. Rozan's different though. She's probably suppressing her Dweewus completely. Almost among manifestations, only life at Benny has ever gone that without outside support. As I spoke, I lifted my hand again, drawing Taijijins to the back of it. Guiding the flow carefully, I split open the skin on my hand. Blood swelled from the torn capillaries running down my wrist. I focused every thought then on channeling the Taijijins. Divided, then divided again. I pushed my will onward, tracing the Taijijins coursing through my body. It was like seeing the microvascular networks itself. Thread by thread, I used Taijijins to stitch the torn tissue close.
治ってる。天才にも程があるよ、分析員。
I couldn't see Mashura's face clearly, to be honest. I was seeing stars.
細胞を構築したりつなげるためには、マイクロメートルレベルでタイタン物質を正確に操らないといけない。なのに1回でできたなんて、本当に一度もやったことがないの。
Give me a second. My head's still spinning.
これが分析員と私たちの違いなのかもね。分析員は覚醒者じゃないけど、あの予想外の銃撃でゲノムに異変が起きている。今の分析員の体は もうタイタン物質がベースとなっているかもしれない。あ、そうそう。タイタン物質への適応性は人それぞれってサフィールちゃんが言ってたよね。きっと分析員は適応性がすっごく高い方なんだよ。
Even so, catching up to Rozan won't happen overnight. But if I can't make any progress at all, it'll help. Now I just need to figure it out how.
さあ、今の話もただの推測に過ぎないにゃ。
Let's start by clearing out the Titans in the area. If we run into a Titan, I want to study its structure up close. Use the fight as a test. See if I can push their abilities further.
一体のタイタン物質を完全に除去するのはちょっと難しいにゃ。通信を妨害できるほど膨大にあるんだから。ここに上がってくる途中にもたくさん変異者がいたよね。ここは療養センターだったから、変異者たちはみんな療養センターの元患者だったりするかな。
Most likely. Sophie said those changed were once her followers. Now just poor souls twisted by Titans. Let's end their suffering. Move slow, clear them one at a time, then locate the Titan source. If Rozan can tap into this Titan source, so can I. The readings indicate that it's underground. We move in until we find it. One more thing. Any issues with your access to Masur?
全然。多機能集積センサーが大活躍したし。
The ears on Masura's ears twitch. She raised her hand. The death needle rested in her palm, its inner gears glowing faintly.
上昇の効果もバッチリにゃん。それに使うたびにセンサーが連動して効果を記録するから、次の戦闘ではもっとよくやれるにゃん。
And you, Boo Boo?
ジンヤオの操縦もうまくできてるよ。まあまだいろいろ試してない機能があるけど。
You'll get the chance. Stay sharp. Death Needle's already been revealed, and Rozan's probably figured out how the spectral ray works by now. The last battle didn't favor us. We lacked steady mid-range support, and Rozan's power far exceeds projections. With crossfire coming from the multiple angles, splitting up was the right call. But Boo Boo, you need Titan coordinations with Masur. Your exosuit were designed to pick up each other. Splitting up helps you eliminate the enemies quickly, but that left Masur pinned by Esther. She couldn't trigger the death needle in time.
頑張る。
Good. If I'm not around to issue orders, you follow Masur's lead.
わかった。でもまたロザンに遭遇したらどうする？
We don't engage until the Titan source is clear. After that, the death needle's out. After that, the death needle's our leverage. It'll keep Rozan's movements in check. I'll figure out most of her tricks by now. Once we eliminate her regeneration, she'll have lost the edge regardless of whether we use the death needle. I'm going to purge every trace of Titan here. She'll feel it, and she'll come for me. And I know that.
もう頭グラグラしてきた。
Alright then, move out. The plan started to form. With that burst of power, I just pulled off in a punch. If I time it right, I may be able to match Rozan's output. Then I could turn her ambush back on her. With Masur's sensors online, we can move carefully through the sanatorium. Boo Boo's spectral ray unfolds with the shield while Masur moves behind its cover. The silenced Napper rifle to quiet dropped every change in sight. Each time one fell, I drew in the Titans left behind in their body. Oh, used in the silence, okay. The sanatorium was eerie quiet. Rozan was patient, and so was I. No need to rush, steady was enough. The place was huge. At this pace, we still sweeping by sundown. We kept moving, but nothing stirred. The hall was unnervingly still. No sign of Sophie or the two girls. It felt like we were the only ones left here. Us, and it changed.
分析もうイライラしてきたよ。ロザンは本当に戦う気があるのかな。
Easy, stay patient. What's that old Suzhou saying again? You can't clap with one hand? When there's a big gap in strength, the weaker side won't strike first. The stronger side has to give them a reason to fight. Maybe it's something they think they can gain, or just misread the situation. One way or another, you make them believe they can win.
つまりわざと隙を見せるってこと？
Exactly.
センサーの調子が悪い。放射妨害が強くなってきたにゃ。でもここは一番下の階だよね。一通り見てきたけど、下への階段はなさそうだし。
If we can't find it, Rozan can't either. Unless the Titagens here were planted by her. I didn't read that part. But that doesn't add up. Leaving an endless supply behind just to fight us out on the highway makes no sense.
分析員、そっちにタイタンが。
Monsieur pointed ahead. A Titan was pacing in the middle of the hall.
今は音を立てちゃダメ。ブブ、排除は任せた。
Boo boo.
任せられた。
The spectral array shifted and reformed. The tall mirror rose between us and the Titan. From the Titan's perspective, we vanished. The surface reflected only the empty hall, erasing every trace of us from view. That was another function of the spectral array, a polished surface packed with image sensors and optical projection, able to capture one view and project it onto another. It's just a mirror. To say it's a mirror! It could even process and alter image in real time. Right now, it was feeding the background behind us onto the front face, erasing the three of us from the Titan's sight. The illusion shifted with the Titan's gaze, but if we were manipulate every side of the count for, or if we move too quickly or suddenly, the image will warp the edges or give us away. Bubu eased the spectral array forward, inch by inch. She and Monsieur held their breath. I watched our rear, bracing for a sneak attack from Rozan. Once we were close enough, I slipped out of cover and destroyed the Titan's core before it could react. The Titans are easy prey for me now. But as I brought it down, I made sure to keep its body intact for study. Keep watching for me. I need... and laid a hand on the Titan's remains. Eyes closed, I traced the structure of the Titans that made up the Titan's armor. A faint silvery sheen resurfaced on the back of my hand. That's how it works. I stay silent, shifting the Titan into its energy state and channeling it through my muscles and drawing it in. The sanatorium was almost clear of residue Titagen now. Bubu and Monsieur held position in their tactical gray zone. Close enough for me to reach its thing went wrong, but maybe not far enough in case of a sneak attack. I appeared to be focused on the Titan's remains. But my attention was already on Bubu and Monsieur. If I were her, I'd strike at. Bubu. Monsieur would be limited while operating the death knell. I assumed that Rozan would have gleaned that from Esther. Without Bubu's spectral array, I would be caught in its effect too. In our coordinated death knell attack, Bubu is Rozan's best shot at breaking through. If Rozan wanted to make a move, now was the time. I channeled the Titagens, letting it surge through every muscle. Second ticked by. Then without warning, a figure burst from the shadows, lunging straight for Bubu. I shot forward, muscles coiled tight. In a blink, I was between them. Rozan's eyes widened in surprise, then my charge punch connected square with her chest. I thought there would be animation to this, but again, for some reason, in cleanup, there was an animation like, okay, they're just walking in a hallway. I don't know why there's just an animation for that, but there's no animation for like fight scenes. It's so weird. I don't know why. The impact sent her flying like a baseball, slamming into the wall and breaking through the concrete. I used what I just learned about the Titans to catch her completely off guard. Death kneel! I charged without hesitation. No need to further orders. Boo Boo was already right behind me. Timing the death kneel was already been trickier. The instant is fire, I had to pull back. Staying too close will only blunt its effect on Rozan. The defensive was reinforced with Tytogen, and I had to finish her with the narrow window of the single activation. If I dropped my guard, I took the death kneel waves head on with her. I couldn't be sure if I land a hit before the window was closed. Each of these 3 waves ended. The Tytogens in her system would beat her back together, erasing the damage. But I already planned it for that. I knew how to turn this fight my way. The specular ray broke behind me. The death knell was second from firing as I reached the wall where Rozan has crashed. A shadow flickered across my sight. I barely got my arm up before something slammed into me. I turned to stagger. Rozan charged counterpunch hit like a cannon, driving me back. I stumbled every step to bleed off the impact. Worse, the first death knell has already gone off. To minimize the death knell backlash on myself, I held back from using the Tytogens using the charge. Rozan saw it through. She took the crash off the wave and ate the full blast just to land a counter. Hold! The opposite wall of the lobby was shattered, crampling like spiderwebs. I call off the next death knell strike. Stone and dusted has even settled before Rozan was back on her feet. She wiped the blood from her face. Fresh streak from her nose, mouth, and the corners of her eyes. She must have channeled Tytogens for that hit. The death knell tore straight through it, leaving her brutal internal damage. Bold move. I regrouped with Booba and Mazur. The spectral array scattered. When I hit it by accident, was already reinformed behind us, snapping back into place for overwatch and cover.
やはり
She spat dark red onto the floor.
あんたはいつも私に驚きを与えてくれる。
Mazur!
エステルの場所を特定できた。
Fine. She's our first target. Rozan got her sight on 202 as well.
わかった。
I ignored Rozan's muttering. He had cleared the surrounding environment of Tytogens. All we have left was what she stored inside her. Why wait long enough? She burned through that reserve on her own. Rozan narrowed her eyes, studying me. Neither of us wanted to be the first to move. I stayed put because I couldn't waste this chance. But she was still holding back. She has another move left. Rozan stepped forward, but she raised the death knell. Two shots left. Our flaw was obvious. I decided when to fire, but Mazur was the one who had to pull the trigger. The field shifted by the heartbeat. Opening came and vanished in a blink. In a fight where the speed and strength pushed past humans' limits, death knell strikes could go to waste in an instant. And forget the death knell for now. I raised my fist, channeling the Tytogen surge through me. The technique gave me an edge in raw power and speed, but Rozan's knowledge of it was far beyond mine. She could hold that state almost indefinitely, while I had to keep redirecting Tytogens again and again. Esther stepped up out of the shadow. The first thing I saw was her eyes, dull and glassy. They looked brittle, lifeless, like dry wood or a cracked riverbed. But the moment our eyes met, fire roared, wave crashed. Something inside her ignited, as if she just found a reason to exist. Rozan's eyes held a cold, clean, almost surgical kind of killing intent. Esther was different, dense, fevered, clouded with hatred. It was as if she was been born for that hatred, maybe to carry it or to end it. Then a scream of long suppressing rage tore free, echoing down the hall. She charged straight into our standoff. Rozan just smirking, letting Esther barrel towards me as I gathered my strength. To Rozan, Esther was clearly disposable. With sacrificing her raw silver of advantage, Rozan would do it without hesitation. Esther came like a bullet, fully committed, no reservation, no concern for the damage it would do to her. She hit with a speed and force beyond even the manifestation of reflexes, like a vehicle at full throttle. Rozan followed close enough, using Esther as cover, like a knight charging with lance and shield. I only had time for a glance back. Good. Monsieur and Boo Boo caught on instantly. Manifestation power flared. The death needle began to spin. At this range, Boo Boo didn't raise a spectral ray to shield me. The strike would be hers to make. The key to victory was simple: drain Rozan's Titagen reserves. The decisive factor wouldn't be me or Rozan. It would come down to Esther, Monsieur, and Boo Boo. Esther was a soft target. Taking her out or capture her would tip the balance. With Esther gone, Rozan would be facing the 3-on-1. But if Rozan disabled Boo Boo or Monsieur, our death needle plan would fall apart. They were easy targets for her than I was. So I aimed my charge strike at Esther. Even with death needle seconds from firing, I took the shot. I launched forward, forcing coiling through my frame, legs, hips, and shoulder. My right fist shot out like a cannonball, leaving the barrel coiling with Esther's fist. The brittle snapped like bamboo breaking. My punches cut straight through. My shoulders buckled next. I couldn't even take the edge off the impact. The frontline shield shattered and Rozan stood exposed behind her. Now the choice was Rozan's, burning her remaining Titagens to block me, knowing the death needle wave was right behind it, or take the hit head on. Esther was already down, stomping against the far wall. Behind me, Boo Boo had moved into the position, ready to act the instant the death needle fired. The instant I saw Rozan's expression, I knew exactly what she was about to do. For the first time, two rivals clashed head-on, both driving Titagens at full force. The instant we collided, death needle wave hit as expected. The Titagens in my body snapped from energy back to matter under the base lock. Cells built to channel the energy ruptured under the strain. Everything went red. I felt like my blood froze, then shattered. Ice-tipped needles racing through my veins, blades slicing inside me. Across from me, Rozan's eyes burned crimson, her mouth twisted like a barrel grin. The next wave was already built, yet she forced her right fist up, fighting the base lock. At that critical moment, a figure flashed past my flank. A dull, unmistakable crack of bone followed. Rozan's charge broke off in an instant as Boo Boo knocked into her from the front, sending her crashing the other way. With a sharp yell, Boo Boo lunged like a tiger pouncing, driving her elbow straight into Rozan's chest. Then came a furious follow-up. Mid-air, off balance with the death needle waves, Rozan had nowhere to go as Boo Boo hit her again and again. The death needle fired for the third and final time. Boo finally lost pace with Rozan. The moment she realized she couldn't close the gap, she tore through Rozan's guard, her chest already a mingo ruined, and drew both guns. Special rounds built to rip through Taijin and slam into Rozan. The recoil pinned her to the wall until the magazines ran dry. Boo surged forward to finish it. I heard Majore's voice behind. She hit her limit, but there was no time to check on her. Numbness spread through me as I charged at Rozan. I was only 5 meters from her. Boo was barely 2. Before my eyes, Rozan's chest, shattered by gunfire, started knitting back together. I pushed past Boo and draw again my right fist. I could hear her heart starting up again. Coil, strike. But a hand shot out of the billowing dust, catching my punch mid-swing, palms to knuckles, and stopping it against her chest. Her sternum was laid bare, streaking with a gray-white Taijin as flesh crept back over the bone. If it had been a second, even a half a second faster, it would have ended here, but it didn't. Even the wound couldn't stop her. She recovered. And then unexpectedly, a fourth death knell wave hit the field. Majore must have pushed her past her limits. I fought the urge to look back. I knew this was her last play. Everything she had left thrown in to help me bring down Rozan down. As I was winding up the killing blow, I saw Rozan's face. She was calm, even with the last deadliest death knell wave bearing down on her. At the edge of my sight, her other hands clamped around Esther's head. A massive surge of Taijin burst from Esther, seeping through her skin, arcing towards Rozan's heart. Before the wave could hit, the Taijin streamed down her hand, hardening over her left chest and skull into a solid shield. The blast struck with a muffled thud. But with the layered shielding, the face lock still gripping me, like there was no finishing her now. Then the Taijin began to flow again, netting her body from within. Fighting through the last death knell wave, I gave the order, fall back! I grabbed the unconscious Esther and pulled her with me. Boo Boo helped Majore to her feet, and we fell back from Rozan. The thunderous roar ripped through the air behind us. I glanced back. Something 2 stories tall was hurling itself up where Rozan has fallen, rendering the sanatorium walls like paper. The creature smashed through the hall, the ceiling, the walls, everything above. The sky gap open. Once we put some distance between us, I look over at Majore. Her hips white, skin shaded to purple. She was in no shape to keep fighting. Oh damn, that's crazy. Behind us, the monster has taken full form. 4 arms flexed, her whole body sheathed in Taijin. Beneath it, Rozan's face surfaced and sank in with every breath. Hold on, let me see. Damn, she's thick! She got a zipper! Alright. Not Taijin, not human, something new. Taijin fused with flesh, alive in a way it could never be. I saw no way to beat it. A sudden spike of pain stabbed through my skull. Boo Boo must have felt it too. She staggered, caught the wall for balance, and started gagging. Something's coming. We need to shake Rozan first. She'll catch up. Move! Down in the sanatorium basement.
外の覚醒者は全員死傷者に足止めされてる。ここにいる2人も悪戦苦闘中。つまり分析員、私のことはどうでもいいの？それとも初めから眼中になかったのかな。見くびられたもんだね。
Edda muttered to herself. Behind her, Sophie stood with head bowed, holding Elena. Elena lay limp in Sophie's arms, eyes closed as if asleep. The titan over her skin has begun to crystallize. Only hours ago, child has been this bad. A massive stockpile of titan around them must have been eating away her body. Edda didn't care. She lifted both hands. Hundreds of lights sparkled to life between her palms. She gathered them, raised them higher and higher still, until they streamed upward and vanished into the ceiling. Sophie hummed a lullaby under her breath. Slowly, the tension in Elena's brow eased. In the cramped floor above, Helena-class titans were color scaling. After a long moment, one took form at last. With no tree left near us, Evra has stockpiled a vast reserve of titan near Northwind Aerosphere Center, forming a temporary link to a tree far away. From this place, as her anchor, she drew fragment titans across the distance from the hustling tree into the titan's forming body, pulling it into the world. The Colossus shoved through the wall and stepped out, heavy-footed, agonizing slowly. As it moved on, another mold of light drifted into the empty space. More fragments of titans poured in, heralding the next Hela-class Titan's descent.
新しい仕事だよ。すべてのタイタンが降臨した後、みんなを引率すること。ユグドラシルがフワルナに足止めされて、分析員もこっちを構う余裕がない間に、北風宇宙センターをコテンパンにするんだ。そこは軍のベオウルフ中隊しかいないから、ヒーラー級が何百体もいれば好き勝手暴れるはず。前の仕事のご褒美、それから君が覚醒者と軍からの自衛手段として今回の報酬は先払いしてあげる。
Edda extended her hand. Titans scattered out the air before her, then broke apart. Instead of fading as it normally would, the Titans broke into finer flakes, snow white, and wholly under Edda's control. A bath or a baptism. A Titan streamed into Sophie, seeping into every organ, every cell. Rose by the Titan's descent, then soothed by Sophie's song, Elena awoke one last time, stirring by the Titans so close around her.
ソフィーお姉ちゃん、私死ぬの？両者お姉ちゃんに会いに行くの？
Sophie brushed her hand over Elena's face, listening now with tiny foams of crystal. Her voice caught before she could speak.
よし、いい感じ。
And with that, Edda was gone.
眠りなさい。安らかに。
Sophie hummed softly. Edda's bliss seems to have given her voice a strange new power.
楽園、深淵、安らかな眠りを。もう痛くないから。
In her whisper, Elena smiled. Her breathing slowed, then ceased. At Sophie's touch, a glowing orb of fragments, titans, rose from her body. She cupped the light and drew it to the chest, where the glow slowly sank beneath her skin.
イリナ、あなたは永遠に私と共にあります。
She laid Elena down, sat beside her, and kept her silent vigil. Alright, here comes the descent.
地形が狭いからあのデカブツすぐには来られないはず。安全な場所？わかった、私が先導するね。なんて言ったってヘイムダルだから。
What the hell is that? Hey!
くらえ、楽勝だったね。
What the hell was that for?
くらえ、部分は大丈夫だから集中
Was
し
I
て。
interrupted? Oh my god. I am so bad.
逃がさない。くらえ、重複商材だね。
Wait, do I have to protect the thing? What the hell is this? I have no idea what that does. Alright, whatever. Break through the glass.
またこの感覚、気持ち悪い。タイタンが現れたせいかな。それともエッタ？怖い？全然怖くないもん。ブブ、頑張るよ。立てて嬉しいよ。
I'm looking at the scenery. It looks nice.
逃がさない。くらえ。楽勝だったね。重複、ブブは大丈夫だから集中して。くらえ。今なら秘訣充実、やる気満々だよ。逃がさない。くらえ。
So we're in the auditorium, okay. What the hell? Thanks for the angle, dice.
肩ますますベンズだよ。
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, that's interesting. That was interesting.
今なら
Alright.
秘訣充実、やる気満々だよ。
Okay, we went through the wrong one, but it's okay.
だよ。
Oh, there's four?
あの汚れ目。
Oh. I just want to check. Alright. Oh my god, stop! That's so annoying!
くらえ。逃がさない。
Here we go.
ロザンの気配が消えた。あの化け物、どうやら負けたみたい。そうだね。一旦ここで休もう。
Okay, I can't go back there, okay.
分析。ここにいたんだね。
Alright, next stage. Progression 6, I assume. I don't remember. Relying on wits and familiarities with the terrain, we finally managed to shake off Rozan for the time being. When we found a room that was less exposed, I decided we should rest there. Boo Boo, keep a close eye on her.
わかった。
I dropped Esther to the ground. Truth be told, there was no real need to watch her. I had already checked. There was no trace of Taijin left in her body. She was just an ordinary person, though stronger than most. Boo-Boo placed Monsieur on the bed. Her condition has improved slightly since before, but still far from reassuring. What had mattered her hair to her face? Her pink finger trembled as though she was enduring some kind of agony. I lifted her into my arm, holding her close, gently stroking her face. Her heartbeat was faint, but it was still a steady rhythm. As I held her hand, her fingers unconsciously tightened close around mine. Monsieur. I call her name softly as I soothed her back. I'm here, Monsieur. I retrieved a cardiac stimulus from her pocket and injected it into her arm. After a moment, she finally began to stir. Feeling any better?
大丈夫。
Fine. Look at how much pain you've in. I didn't know how to scold her, because she has pushed herself to this extent for my sake.
タイタンの数が一気に増えてる。
Yeah, I know. On the way, I have confirmed the source of that sharp, stinging sensation I had feeling during that fight. Countless titans from the window now. I could see them gathering outside the sanatorium walls. I also had confirmed something else. Immense Titagen I had sensed when we first got near the sanatorium must have been the work of Edda. The tree of Euros has long been destroyed, yet she was able to elicit Titan's descent. She must have planted a massive amount of Titagens in the area, creating a relay nodes connecting to other trees far away. After the tree was destroyed, she wanted it away to disrupt our northern aerosphere center. So she hit the trigger here, waiting until I turned my attention to Mr. Station to set off. But my true goal was never Mr. Station. Instead of a specially built chamber within Regisil, a while before leaving for New Hintaro. Plan worked. The confinement serum is taking effect. I paused and across from me, Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Northern Wind's Aerosphere Center should be ready by now.
宿りに宇宙ステーションへ行くと。
What do you think?
まだ要検討の部分が多いと言うべきでしょう。エッダは意識が芽生えた日から毎日のように宿りに宇宙ステーションのファイヤーウォールを強化しています。仮にエッダから妨害を受けなくとも、あのファイヤーウォールはそうたやすく破れるようなものではありません。
What if we factor in the bulge? Would that be enough to make Edda even slightly react if she were threatened?
こちらに号車がついているとはいえ、相手はエッダです。演算能力で任すのは不可能でしょう。リスクを鑑みて承認はできません。一刻も早くこの事態を解決したいでしょうけど、少なくとも宇宙ステーションへ向かうことに関してはもう少し時期を待つべきかと。
You really think I actually go?
冗談なら行き過ぎですよ。それともあなたには私がそんなに暇に見えます？
I saw resignation in your eyes. I gave her a faint apologetic smile. I just need to make sure that my motive is convincing enough in other people's eyes.
さあ、どうでしょう。一つだけ言えるのは、他人からするとあなたはすでにロザンやエッタなどよりも恐ろしい存在になっているのかもしれません。
You make it sound like I'm a villain here.
まるで敵のように自分を追い込む。おそらく誰もそんな人を相手にしたくないでしょう。
Point is, even if you believed it, I think it could work. Rozan, Eda, both of them would believe that I really intend to go up against a Mrs. Alien station. I looked Tal straight in the eyes. I'll use this as a chance to flush out anyone or anything that might interfere with the launch. Eda and Rozan, the opposition within the military.
各地では今も宇宙センターの再建が進められていますが、そのどれもエッタの妨害で進捗が遅れています。軍の施設だってそれから逃れるどころか、エッタから格別なお世話を受けています。そのため今建設を終え発射準備ができているのは北風宇宙センターのみです。
I know. You've been monitoring it from the start. It's the ideal site, no tree, and harder for Eda to interfere.
まさにデンドロンがないからそこにしたのです。前から宇宙ステーションへ再生するのに理想的な発射地点と見ていました。北風宇宙センターの再建は我が社と軍が合同で進めています。そこに駐屯しているのも軍の中で最も我々に協力的なベオールフ中隊です。
Supposed to get destroyed. I'll cover her face, rubbing at her brow.
いいでしょう。
Don't worry, I won't let you work go to waste for nothing. The death knell is almost ready.
ということは、狙いはロザンですか？
I've waited a long time for this. If she shows up, I won't let her get away. From the moment Rozan appeared, our mission objective was set in stone. I really told Tao as much as during our earlier transmission. Tao. That stands. The operation continues.
わかりました。分析員、くれぐれも気をつけてください。
But with Rozan's new towering form, several stories tall, weak points armor and titagens, and Death Knell was now almost useless against her. It was a fallback plan: rush to Northwind, retreat to Beowulf Battalion, and abandon the Aerosphere Center entirely. No, there's still a chance. For a moment, the thought of retreating flickered, but I pleaded it aside. I shook my head and began piecing the situation back together. That form can't be limitless, otherwise, she has used it earlier. We cornered her several times before. This has to be her last trump card. Assumptions get you killed. I thought she was out of tricks before. Esther was our first target, yet I overlooked the fact that Death Knell had affected her during Monsieur's first encounter. That means Rozan must have stored a massive amount of titagens inside Esther. Transforming into that form must require an unimaginable quantity, otherwise she wouldn't have drained Esther to a husk. Since breaking free, I've been using titagens to repair the damage left by the Death Knell, and I was nearly back to full health. Less vertigo than before, I was adapting. If we could neutralize the Titans first, Rozan might just be beatable. That new monstrous form wasn't made for a confined space like the sanatorium, and it was clearly couldn't last. If I struck when she eventually returned to human form, there was a chance. But Monsieur couldn't rejoin the fight, no matter what. I looked down. The cardiac stimulant was taking effect, and her vitals were finally stabilizing. She was in no condition to use the Death Knell again. The medical department theory was right. The Death Knell was gradually curing Monsieur Agnostia, restoring her body's pain response, but the pain itself was intense enough to trigger shock, just like in the battle. Only Monsieur could operate the Death Knell, but her exosuit amplifies her manifestation output. Bubu's power wasn't nearly enough to activate it. As for me, I tried powering it with titagens, but the moment it fired, the waves phase locked the titagens in my body, completely disrupting my control. At the same time, it kept siphoning titagens from me until I was dry. In the end, it was nearly imploded, so I couldn't use the Death Knell either. Boo-boo. You and Mashura head to the Northwind's Aerosphere Center. Take Esther with you.
じゃあ分析員は
I'm staying behind to hold Rozan here.
でも
Boo-boo's voice trailed off.
分析員もしかして任務ってもう失敗したの
Not yet. Your next move is critical. Don't attract Rozan's attention. We just need to keep her away from Northwind. With so many titans in the area, local comms are down. Northwinds is the only exception. It has a military relay station equipped with a black room and a hardwire comms shielded from Titagen's radiation. From there, you're able to contact headquarters.
増援は来ないの
I was fully engaged with holding the demiurge back and countering Edda's interference. I can't pull others off from their front. They're already stretched in. I have to consider everyone's safety. Edda's target was Northwind's Aerosphere Center, our only solid lead. I need to stay patient and break her plan down step by step. Contact Tao. Ask her to push for military clearance.
許可
For annihilation charges. They're explosive, designed for specifically neutralizing Titagens. Beowulf Battalion is a Titagen killer unit, so they have plenty on hand. Load the rocket core modules with the charge, then launch it straight into the Titans. Now wipe the residue Titagens and keep Northern Winds intact.
じゃあ分析員はどうするの
Don't worry. The blast only reacts with Titagens. It barely affects anything else. The main risk is the energy surge when Titagens neutralized. So as long as I'm not too close, I'll be fine. Once the rocket's been launched, withdraw with Beowulf.
嫌だ
Held against my chest, Mashura has been quiet listening until she suddenly spoke up.
私はまだ戦え
No, can't. Withdraw after the launch. That's an order. I rarely use such a stern tone. Mashura flinched and Boo-Boo mouth snapped shut as well. Don't worry about me. Once the Titans are clear, I'm confident I can take Rozan down. Mashura shifted against my chest.
うんわかったブブ必ずやり遂げてみせるよ
I looked down at Mashura. She gave a grunt, then nodded reluctantly. Suddenly, her senses flashes. She turned towards Esther.
もうすぐ目覚めるみたい
Hold on, I got an idea. Can you keep her asleep a little longer? Mashura pulled a bullet from her belt and snapped it open. A vent hisses when it's split. She held the vent to Esther's nose while monitoring the sensors readout on her wrist.
ぐっすり弾だよ中に麻酔剤が入ってるこれでもう少し眠ってもらえるはず
Good. Let's try something. See if we can get anything out of her. Boo-Boo, during the fight, did the specular array record Rozan's visuals and voice print?
その機能ならずっと起動したままにしてるの
The specular array primarily functions, aside from shielding against the death knell, is disguise. It can split into multiple drones, capturing visual data from every single angle. Bring up Rozan's model.
ちょっと待ってね
In a blink, the array unfolds into a transparent screen between us. Through it, I saw a line of code crawling across Boo-Boo's visors and armor. The specular array continuously sweep over her, her exosuit lighting up piece by piece like a motion capture suit.
これでバッチリ
When I look back, Boo-Boo, now wrapped in the projection, has taken on the appearance of Rozan.
分析員
Stop, that's enough. Turn it off now. Even knowing it was only an overlay, seeing Rozan's face save my name still made my skin crawl.
やりすぎちゃったかなもう一回やってみるね
分析員、久しぶりだね。
Yeah, that feels right. When she awakes, this is a conversation we started into. In the endless white void, Esther lay motionless on the ground.
殺せ。あの男と周りにおる娘たちを。
Irena's? What the hell? That's her name? The sky above shimmered into a mirror, and within it she saw her Dweebus. Irena's, one of the Furies, goddess of vengeance.
それはそなたの存在意義じゃ。起きたまえ。休んでいる暇はないぞ。お前死んだんじゃ。わらわが死ぬと。口を慎めよ。わらわの死はそなたと復讐を果たした瞬間にのみ訪れる。その時のためわらわは生きてきたのじゃ。でもロザンはお前を食い尽くしたはずだ。だからもう死んだのだと。あれは確かに痛かったの。じゃが復讐のためなら痛みなぞ構わぬ。そなたはそうと思わぬか。ああ。ならとっとと起きぬか。
Esther tried to move. Not even a finger stirred. Arya blinked.
分析員は待ってくれぬ。もしそなたが言ったことを忘れたかい。ヘイムダルが憎いのじゃろう。ウォール街の人間が憎いと何度もわらわに話し懇願したじゃろう。確かに心の支えを失ったように見えるぞ。ならもう一度繰り返してやろう。そなたが話したことを。なぜならその憎しみが我々の糧なのじゃ。孤児院のことを忘れたかい。そなたの同胞を殺す光景を生配信したウォール街の住人を。ウォール街に出してもらうために受けた屈辱を忘れたとでも言うのかい。覚えてる。そなたを追随していたコヨーテたちを見よ。裏切り者たちがエリアゼロやニューガントラで命を散らし、そなたにあのような姿に変えられたのだ。何のために。復讐のため。ウォール街の奴らに復讐するために。淡々としてるの。勢いがまるでない。肉体が弱ってるとて意識まで弱っていい理由にはならぬ。その様ならそなたは死んだのと変わらぬのじゃ。そなたの決心はどこへやった。同胞を化け物に変えるのも辞さぬあの覚悟は。コヨーテへの残酷さをどこへやった。人間の心を捨て全てを憎しみに捧ぐあの決心は。でも私にはもう何もないんだ。そんなのとっくにそうであろう。憎しみだけ。残るは憎しみだけじゃ。 憎しみが尽きぬ限りわらわは不滅じゃ。力はもちろんついてくるが、そなたは変わらず憎しみの容器じゃ。力あってこその憎しみなら偽物じゃ。力を持って初めて勇気が出る者なぞただの小心者に過ぎぬ。分かった。目を覚まさなきゃ。まだ終わっちゃいない。
She struggled to erase. A wave of pain and vertigo slammed into her. She hasn't sat up at all. It was just a dream. In reality, she lay crumpled on the cold floor, her body curled tight in pain. Esther forced her eyes open.
起きたのかい？もう少し寝ても構わない。
主様。
Hold on. I missed that old outfit of hers. It looks so much better on her also. I didn't know she has pink nails. Well, not pink nails. They're violet nails. She forced herself to sit upright. Pain raked through every inch of her body. She was a wreck. She was always stood behind Rozan, never brave enough to meet her eyes, but still on her feet. She traded almost everything, her pack loyalty, her pride, even her will, for a single shot at vengeance. And now she couldn't even stand. She just kneeled there, waiting for whenever Rozan had her in her store for her.
ほう、自分が至上者で亡くなったことに気がついたのかい？
いえ、容器にはまだなれます。タイタン物質があればまだ。
それもそうか。外にはタイタンがたくさんいるんだし。だが、もしかして私の目的を忘れてしまったのかい？
タイタン。もちろん覚えています。分析員を殺し、もしくは分析員の手を借りてシシフォスを殺し、主様の神格融合を完全なものにする。タイタン。外にタイタンがいるなら、もう一度それを取り込んでみせます。エリニエスだって蘇りますし、そうなったら。
もう一度取り込むと？本気で言っているのかい？あれだけのタイタン物質を。
できます。主様のために分析員を殺せるなら何だって。
この姿を維持するには結構な量が必要となるが、それでもかい？
なんとかできるはずです。もう一度チャンスをください。お願いします。主様に不利益はないはずです。成功したら主様が神格融合をさらに2回できますから。
2回。
Rozan's murmured to herself. Without warning, Esther's vision went black again. Pain explodes on the back of her neck. It slipped under her once more. Alright, break out.
ここから出る道を探そう。前の変異者の時と同じく私が偵察するから攻撃はお願い。任せて。分析員がいなくてもうまくやれるはず。なんて言ったってヘイムダルだから。邪気がムームーする。逃がさない。
Oh, so that's how it works.
楽勝だったね。逃がさない。逃がさない。食らえ。逃がさない。 このエレベーターに乗れば外に出られるみたい。よし、準備できた。行こう。
I just real. Oh my god. Okay, I saw. You guys are not the only one that saw that, right? I saw a little crack. Yep, I saw a little crack right there. I can't zoom in, by the way. I can't.
分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。くらえ。逃がさない。くらえ。逃がさない。超出超大だね。逃がさない。
Ow, stop that.
逃がさない。くらえ。
Oh, okay. Then I don't have to press that.
フォーク一寸
Get
残
that?
らずだよ。
You can barely see it, but it's there. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. I see this game studio has some potential. Over here. We can't go over here. We can go over here. We can't go over here. Gonna go over here this time. Make it through. Over here again. Oh, this requires a jump ability? Okay. Over here. Yeah, this puzzle's crazy.
充実、やる気満々だよ。分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。楽勝だろうね。逃がさない。逃がさない。くらえ。超出超大だね。
Ow, stop. Oh my god, stop gangbanging me! Dude, that was way too fast. Although I am being lazy at certain point. I'm not using the dodge button. Is that it? All right.
どれどれ。たとい。作戦成功ね。
Okay, next stage now. Sisyphus. It's so weird reading that word, Sisyphus. The mortal king who dared deceive the gods. His punishment was eternal, to heaving a boulder up the mountain, only to watch it tumble down each time it is near the summit. No rest, no mercy, no end. Some parts are unclear, like the Dwayu's fusion Esther mentioned, was probably referring to the monstrous form Rozan just revealed. But it's enough information for now. That fusion must require an enormous amount of hydrogens. 2 fusions, Esther hydrogen reserve could power 1, Rozan's though likely greater, would still only sustain one. It could either to kill me or to use me against syphilis. Sisyphus. I'll just say syphilis. Syphilis is more of a disease. We might do that. Who must be Rozan's Dweus?
資料で見たの。ロザンってずっと前に神格の抑制ができたんだよね。しかも完全に神格を制御できる唯一の至上者だとか。
In Dweus research, the demiurges are ahead of Yggdrasil, and in Titage's mastery, Rozan stands unmatched. Maybe that's how her plans plan to push her combat strength even further by channeling that much Titage and amplifying her power. But at the cost of controlling over her Dweus, I don't know the exact mechanism. What is the most plausible explanation? Looking back at every clash with Rozan, her mastery of Titages kept shattering my expectations. Thanks to her, my own combat power has soared within a day. Even now, I was testing the techniques I learned, feeling the rhythm flow through me. Alright, that's enough to go on. From what I've just learned, Rozan will likely hunt Titagens first to restore her Titagens reserve. Time's against us. Once she recovers, she comes straight for us. We'll split up here, like I said. I'll hold Rozan off. Let's go. Monsieur, if things go south, you make the call. Monsieur nodded, walked past Boo-Boo, lifted Esther, and headed for the door. Boo-Boo hesitated and glanced my way.
分析員と離れ離れになるの？
Yeah, time you stood on your feet.
でも
It was worry in her eyes. Maybe it was just an insecurity. Don't worry about me. Finish the mission, then fall back. What comes next isn't a fight meant for you or Monsieur.
分かった。
She gathered herself and met my gaze, unwavering.
信じて。分析員の期待は絶対に裏切らないから。
With that, she spun and ran after Monsieur. Don't worry about me. Once the Titans are clear, I'm confident I can take Rozan down. Even with all the intel we gathered, I still couldn't be sure I could bring Rozan down. I left the room and followed Boo-Boo and Monsieur at a distance, watching them over from the shadows until they left the sanatorium. Nothing left to hold me back now. I steadied my breathing and ran through everything I knew, searching for a way to win. Evening settled in, and twilight deepened in the west. On the road to Northern Aerosphere Center, Monsieur and Boo-Boo ran in silence, one leading, one trailing.
マーシル先輩。
Boo-Boo quickened her pace to run beside her. Monsieur glanced over, giving a slight nod for her to speak.
本当に分析員を一人にして大丈夫なの？一人にはしない。そう。てっきり本当に撤退するかって思って。
Monsieur didn't answer. Boo-Boo muttered to herself instead.
今は目の前に集中しよう。
From then on, they ran in silence towards Northern Wind's Aerosphere Center.
翔さん、誰かが来ました。大通りです。
見張っておけ。
Li Qishui lifted her binoculars, spotted two figures springing down the road.
ヘイムダル部隊の覚醒者だ。ゲートを開けろ。警戒を緩めるな。追っ手がついているかもしれない。
Moments later, Monsieur and Boo-Boo dashed through the gates to the Aerosphere Center.
少佐殿、前に行方不明になったコヨーテのリーダーを捕まえました。一旦預かっておいてくれませんか？
もちろん。お二人ともこっちへ。
ここでは落ち着いて話せないからな。
Li Shui signaled a few soldiers to secure the unconscious Esther and take her away, then turned and headed inside. Bubu and Monsieur followed her to the reinforced doors deep inside the complex. It was a door operated by the rotary valve. Once they passed through, Li Shui locked it tight. The light dimmed. Machinery rumbled to life.
タイタン物質濃度を測定します。タイタン物質濃度 1%。通行を許可します。
A green light blinked on the far wall. The hidden door slid open, and Boo Boo followed Monsieur Li Shui inside.
もう喋っていい？
ああ、もちろんだ。ここは御社と合同開発したブラックチャンバー。タイタン物質濃度の低い環境でしか使えないようになっている。今や通信局なら必ずついているのだ。複数の通信局の間でタイタン物質を隔絶できる素材で優先通信を行うことで物理的にエッダの傍受を防ぐという寸法だ。主な機能は汚染エリア内の情報共有を保証するためだがな。優先通信は維持コストが高いため、今では2つの場所を1本の回線でつなぐ場合が多い。どっちかが汚染エリアの外にあれば問題はない。
Li Shui switched on the comms channel.
そしてここが唯一の例外だ。ユグドラシルと北風宇宙センターをつなぐ唯一の回線。
こちらカロリー。リー少佐、分析員と2人の隊員から連絡がありましたか
2人は隣にいる。直接話を聞くといい。
カロリン、こちらマーシル。そっちの状況は？分析員は？一緒にいないんですか？ボス。
タウです。マーシル、現状報告を。
前に更新した直後にまたロザンに遭遇してしまった。分析員が私とブブを北風宇宙センターに来させたのはあなたに連絡するため、広域タイタン殲滅用爆弾の使用許可が欲しいと言っていた。
カロリー、軍に連絡してきてください。
はい。
分析員は使い道について何と？
療養センター一帯には今100体以上のヒーラ級タイタンが降臨している。宇宙センターがやられる前に広域タイタン殲滅用爆弾を搭載したミサイルでそれを全滅させるって。分析員の見立てではロザンの力はタイタン物質あってこそのものらしい。それからロザンはすでに嘲笑の対抗策を分かってるみたい。
イエロ社にはデンドロンがありません。100体以上のタイタンを降臨させるために中継媒体として大量のタイタン物質が必要となります。これについて分析員は知っていますか？
それはわからない。彼には何も言われてないから。
彼がそういうくらいなら、おそらく彼には爆弾の被害を受けない確信があるのでしょう。タイタンを全滅させればエッタは無力化される。そうなれば彼はロザンの対処に専念できます。東部戦線の戦況はかなり厳しくなってきています。軍の死傷者が増え続け、リフとカーシアも休まずに連戦を続けています。とはいえ私の方にも予備隊がほぼ残っていません。イエロ社、アルスター、ニューテリトリーの辺境にもタイタンの攻勢が始まっています。 どうやらエッタは何としても宇宙センターを破壊しようとしているようです。それはさておき、二人とも無事ですか？
うん、まだ戦える。
Monsieur turned to look at Boo Boo. To Boo Boo, Heimdall operatives has always seemed like ordinary girls. Monsieur, for instance, was a quiet girl who acted cuter when talking with Yuchida. But right now, the way Monsieur looked at her froze her blood. Cold, unshakable, a silent warning to play along. On the other hand, on the other end of the call was a commander who led the entire company. The decision was intimidating, but a voice in her heart stirred her.
私も先輩も元気だよ。
On the other line, Hao drew in a slow, wary breath.
マーシル、あなたがそう決めたのならいいでしょう。
ありがとう。
ボス、軍から許可が出ました。ただ、世論はこちら側でコントロールするって条件付きで。
構いません。さて、増援は3時間後に到着します。マーシル、あなたのしたいようにしてください。
The call ended. The console went dark. The room plunged into silence and absolute darkness.
広域タイタン殲滅爆弾を手配しよう。
The rotary valve door opened, and then three stepped out. Li Shui. Damn, I already forgot Chinese already. Li Qiao Shui stepped out briefly and returned with the small case in hand.
ナビゲートビーコンだ。これを使えば、タイタン物質の放射妨害がある環境でも、爆弾はビーコンが設置された場所に正確に命中する。発射は20分後。着弾は発射から10秒以内。よろしく頼んだ。
Monsieur took the beacon and gave Li Shui a silent nod. Li Shui looked like she was about to speak, then thought better of it. She straightened, then offered Monsieur a formal salute. Monsieur didn't look back. She simply walked on. Boo Boo followed. They didn't stop until they passed through the main gate of the Aerosphere Center.
さっきはありがとう。ここからはついてきてもいいし、帰ってってもいいよ。帰らない。私も行く。死ぬかもよ。私平気だから。肩が震えてるのに。
Monsieur broke into the run. Boo Boo fell in behind her.
これは武者震いなの。怖いとか全然ないから。
Monsieur ignored her.
この後はビーコンを設置しに行く。そうだよね。ねえってば。ビーコンの設置が終わったら分析員を助けに行くんだよね。その2つの違いがわかると思ってたけど、まあいい。
Monsieur shook her head and fell silent. They ran on, one ahead, one behind. Boo Boo could hear her own heartbeat, her breath.
タイタンが見えるまでまだ時間がある。 ついてくるかどうか真剣に考えてから決めて。
Boo drew a sharp breath, sprinting ahead, then cut Mushu off.
分かってるの、自分はまだまだ未熟なのって。でも私は先輩たちのことはいつも憧れてるし、マーシュル先輩はすごい人ってのもわかる。先輩がいなかったら私なんかとっくにロザンに殺されてるかもしれない。だから先輩になんて言われても甘んじて受け入れるつもりだったの。だけどそうやって私を見くびるのはやめて。私は死ぬなんて怖くない。私はただみんなみたいに出ないだけで、自分がどう動いたらどうなるか知らなくって。でも私だって人間なんだよ。私だって彼が好きで彼を助けたくて事態を何とかしたい。思いつきで死のうとするほどこの部分はバカじゃないの。任務に命を懸けるにはちゃんとした覚悟がいるって、そう言いたいんだよね。言わなくたってわかるよ。
Boo-Boo's chest heaved, her breath ragged.
違うよ。あなたのプロフィールを読んだことがあるの。地下洞窟で負傷した時、救助を諦めるよう会社にメッセージを送ったでしょう。その時の気持ちはまだ覚えてる。どんな覚悟でそう決めたの？今もあの時と同じような覚悟はある？彼に私たちが必要かどうかは誰にもわからない。助けに行けば運よく彼を助けられるかもしれないし、行ったところで何もできずに足を引っ張ってしまう可能性もある。結果がどうあれ、最初にそう決めた時の覚悟のままでいられるの？ヘイムダルは家族、私たちは分析員の恋人であり家族でもある。おせっかいに聞こえるかもしれないけど、先輩と呼んでもらってる以上、あなたに忠告をする義務が私にある。生きることと死ぬことの間には境界線などない。残酷なことだけど、じっくり想像して受け入れなくちゃならない。覚悟はその残酷さを受け入れてこそ固くなる。私は自分が死んだら分析員がどれだけ悲しむかよくわかっている。それでも彼のためにこの命を使いたい。じゃあ私にも言わせて。私だって同じなの。行く。死んだって構わない。どうなっても絶対に行く。彼に恨まれてもいいの。彼を悲しませることになっても私は行くの。彼のいない人生なんていらない。分析員に救われたこの命、彼のために使うなら本望だよ。あなたの覚悟はよくわかった。あなたのことを誤解してた。ごめん。責任として確かめなきゃいけなかったから。時間はない。急ごう。
Monsieur brushed past her and broke into a run. A sting of prickle at Boo Boo's nose. She paused, tilted her head back towards the dusty sky. So many words caught in her throat, it hurt. She almost cried. She stamped her foot and ran to catch up. Inside the sanatorium, Rozan and I has been locked in a brutal stalemate for some time. Rozan's fusion with her Dweewus was her answer to the death knell, but it burned through Taitogen's fast, limiting how often she could use it. We saw it in the last encounter. After draining her own reserve, Rozan had to draw Taitogen from Esther's just to trigger the fusion. So I played on that gap, bluffed her, seized the initiative, and keep her pinned down. I pushed her farther and farther from the Titans on purpose, but I knew it wouldn't last sooner or later. She realized I was bluffing. I threw another punch, and this time she tapped into the Titans, meeting it head on.
気が済んだかな。あの二人はどこへ行った？
I caught her follow-up punch with my offhand. Like stags blocking and antlers, she drove into me with both arms. I barely kept my footing, forcing back step by step into the corner. I knocked her hands aside, but her grip locked tight around my arms. We went down together. She kicked off the fall, trying to roll up on top of me. I followed the motion, rolled through and came up on top, but Rozan clamped her legs around my waist, stopping the mount cold. Before I could throw a blow, she lunged. Her chest slammed into my shoulder. Her right arm sank around my neck. If she locked it in, my throat would snap. No time to think. I bridged hard, arched back with her momentum, and slammed her head into the floor. Her legs loosened from the impact, and I slipped up and pushed distance between us. She realized there was no point in hoarding Titogens from another fusion with her Dweewus. Meanwhile, I grew proficient with the Titogens in both attack and defense. She still had the edge in speed, but I wasn't as easy to overpower as that morning. At this point, only grappling could break through each other's defense. One clean position and it'll be over in a heartbeat. But there was no need to settle in here. When the rocket hit, when the Titans were gone and Edda was off the board, that's where we end here. But I couldn't let her slip away either. I couldn't afford to get her an opening when we could trade. We traded blows until our Titans ran low, but then, unspoken agreement, we broke off, each of us hunting Titans to resupply. There was a huge cliche of Titans, probably underground at a stash. If the rocket failed to wipe it out, this fight could drag on far longer. If I could stall her until support got here. But that wasn't something I could count on. I stood over a fallen Titan, drawing in Titans, weighing in my options. In moments, the Titan's form vanished. Rozan's control over Titans is far more refined than mine. The results were deliberate, focused training. That wasn't something I could match in a day. But in a raw absorption speed, she couldn't beat me. I'd taken in 2 trees. The tree was like a vessel, barely hold itself together. Once it's cracked, the Titans inside burst out like a river breaking through ice. The pain was unforgetting. It has undeniably strengthened my body's capacity to absorb the Titans. In sheer replenishment speed, I outpaced Rozan. Was a chance. I pulled away from the Titan's pack, scanning again, looking for another opening. In the basement, Sophie waited for the Titans to finish gathering. They hummed softly, and the Titans moved at her command. Suddenly, Edda's hologram flickered in view before her. Sophie instinctively bowed her head.
出発して。ええ、お望み通りに。2人の覚醒者が建物に入ってきたよ。気づかなかったの？いや、気づいてるんでしょ？身体能力ならあの2人より今の君の方がずっと強いんだから。つまり私に何をお望みでしょうか？ 覚醒者の一人が嘲笑ってものを持ってる。それが欲しいの。
With a wave, Edo summoned a holographic image of Monsieur and the death knell.
それを持ってきたら、君の知りたいこと、ちょっと教えてあげてもいいかな。
Sophie remained silent, head still bowed. Edo tilted her head, studying her. A moment passed before Sophie finally looked up, but Edo was already gone. Okay, we're doing another story again, so yeah, progress 8. Boo felt uneasy. The certainty of going off script didn't thrill her, it suffocated her, it scared her. She was afraid of failing. But a moment ago, she couldn't hold back the storm in her chest, watching Monsieur speak to Tao, calm and precise, the two of them in perfect sync, hardly needing words at all. I'll honor your decision. Do what you must believe in. Tao probably knew Monsieur was lying. The difference was, they always seemed to know exactly what their choice would lead.
そっか。
Suddenly, she's understood why she lost control just now. Because her desire burnt too strong and she was still too weak to match it.
でも、私だって。
She'd always been the one pushing herself the hardest. Everyone else made it look easy, accomplishing impossible missions as if they were nothing. She felt out of place, just a field agent bumped up by luck, and by Tao, the adjusted didn't have what the other manifestations had. No gifts, no brilliance. So she never allowed herself to slack. Every spare moment was spent proving she deserved her place. And still, it felt like she blew it, leaving Yujita Kyojo behind to cover while she ran like a coward. Was it because she hasn't followed orders to the letter? The discouragement was crushing. Then the heat rose from the same place, as she remembered why she stared down this road at all.
素敵。
That fragile courage was enough to steady her, at least for now. She looked up and realized she reached that outer edge of the sanatorium. Ahead, Taijin still poured, wave after wave, through a breach in the battered wall. Fisher halted, crouched, and tapped at her wrist console.
何をしてるの？ビーコンの設置地点を計算してる。できた。陣屋で設置地点に着くまでタイタンたちから私たちを隠すことはできる。カモフラージュしていくってこと？設置地点はどこにあるの？
Monsieur raised her hand, and the console projected a 3D map of the terrain below. All viable drop sites for the beacon lit up, every single one dead in the middle of the Titan's swarm.
それは無理かも。陣屋のカモフラージュは光の屈折を変える目くらましみたいなものだから。これだけタイタンが集まった場所じゃ、いくら完璧なカモフラージュでも敵全員の目は欺けないよ。あった。
She looked up, scanning the Titans around them, then lumbered outward, slow and unaware of the two girls nearby.
できるかも。
The specular array detached from Boo Boo's back and locked into place above them.
タイタンの視線は上から来るものだから、私たちが体勢を十分低くしていればバレないはず。ただ効果は単体の敵に使う時ほど完璧じゃないの。例えるならちょっとだけバレにくい迷彩服みたいな感じかな。でもゆっくり歩いたらいけると思うよ。急にタイタンがうつむいたりしなければ。時間はまだある。 ゆっくり行こう。
They moved together as if under a single umbrella, crouched low, inching towards the heart of the pack. Boo focused on controlling the specular array. It was going so smoothly that her nerves finally had room to panic. But Titan's legs loomed all around. She dared not to say anything. She glanced down as the mirror surfaced below her. The specular array scanned the ground behind it, projecting the field across and many mirrors panel around them to keep them concealed. Once glanced, the blood in her veins turned to ice.
マーシル、バレちゃった。
Hundreds of titans turned towards them at once. A jotted rain through Boo, helped scalping prickling, her skin turned cold.
ぼーっとしてないで、走って。
Monsieur shoved her hard. Boo snapped too, withdrawing the specular array, and bolted after her.
早く。
Monsieur darted ahead, aiming for a loose spot in the line of the titans. But the moment she moved, she shifted the gap, snapped shut like a net, drawing closed. The titan even crouched low, blocking any path beneath their legs. But they didn't attack, they just keep shifting, tightening the formations, closing every escape.
誰かに操られてる。ソフィー。
Boo has reached the same conclusion just as a soft hum began to raise. Through the breach of a sanatorium wall, Sophie emerged, walking calmly beneath the Titan's legs. A gunshot cracked beside Boo. Monsieur raised her sniper rifle and fired the instant Sophie appeared. Monsieur didn't let up. At over 100 meters, her first round blew apart a Titan's massive hand shielded Sophie. The next few shots cut off every line of retreat. Before she emptied the mag, she stopped. Boo already got both small machine guns up, watching their six. But the Titans stood there, motionless, like spectators in the arena.
先輩、建物に駆け込んで分析員と合流しよう。待って、前段かわされてる。何か変だ。
A low warning whine cracked through the sensors atop of Monsieur's head.
おかしい。身体能力が午前会った時よりも格段に強くなってる。彼女の力はもう私たちをずっと上回っている。なら近接戦で行く。この二丁マシンガンは飾りじゃないんだから。あなたたちを傷つけたくありません。
Even from over 100 meters away, her voice reached them like a whisper in their ears.
嘲笑を渡していただければ何もいたしません。
Silence fell, even Titans froze, eyes fixed on Monsieur and Boo.
ブブ。はい。一回だけ突破を試みてみよう。失敗したら逃げて嘲笑で援護するから。どうせなら一緒に行こう。先輩を見捨てるなんてできるわけないじゃない。手分けして逃げればまだチャンスがある。一緒じゃ絶対に逃げられない。戦闘特化のあなたの装備と違って私のは偵察に特化したもの。逃げるならあなたの方が見込みがある。それにここから逃げるには嘲笑が鍵となる。私が嘲笑でソフィーとタイタンを引きつけて突破口を作るから。その間に療養センターに入って地形の狭いあそこなら タイタンも簡単に追いつけないはず。先輩は最初からそのつもりだったんだよね。
Monsieur didn't answer.
相手は強い。あまり勝算はない。突破に成功したら分析員を探して彼が来るまでちゃんと持ちこたえるから。私
A sharp wave of humiliation hit Boo Boo. Or maybe it was just a hate of feeling weak, helpless. She didn't belong on a battlefield like this. The Titans loomed in silence, as if mocking her uselessness, and she couldn't change a thing. When she was with Yujita Kyujo, she could hide it, keep him from worrying, but now she didn't even have the excuse. Running again, leaving someone else to cover her retreat. First Yujita Kyujo, now Mature. And again, she could do nothing.
ぼーっとしてないで。
She shot Boo Boo a glance over her shoulder.
そう簡単にできることだと思わないで。信じてって分析員に言ったよね。ロザンの目を盗んで分析員を見つけて彼と一緒に私を助けに来てもらうの。できる？
Boo Boo drew in a deep breath.
できる。じゃあ頑張って。
With that, Mature surged towards the breach like a loose arrow. The death needles spun to life in her hands, colorless waves flaring through the ember dusk. Boo Boo stumbled through the door, gasping for air. Just as Mature planned, with the death needle holding the Titans at bay, Boo Boo made it into the sanatorium. Her mind was blank. Where was Yujito Kyujo? Where was Rozan? She hasn't thought that far.
またこの気持ち。
So tell me, who else could I trust with that?
なるほど。わかった。ブブ分析員の期待に絶対に応えるぞ。立派な覚醒者に立派なヘイムダル隊員になるために私は頑張ってるんだもん。私
She pressed her hands to her face. A sob escaped before she could hold it in.
私じゃなければここにいるのが私じゃなくて先輩たちなら。
A saying surfaced in her mind. When you give it your all, that's when your talent shows.
こんなんじゃダメ。
She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Now wasn't the time for self-pity. She knew that, but the moment no one was watching, her frustration spilled out.
分析員ロザン。
She drew a steady breath and scanned her surroundings, but sure wasn't strong. Finding the adjustment while staying out of Rozan's sight wouldn't be an easy job.
そうだ。
She pulled out the specular array, 18 drones in total. At her command, the drones split and scattered, multiplied into 17 smaller units. Fully deployed, the specular arrays formed 72 panels, each demanding direct manifestation control. From the day she received the exosuit, Boo Boo has trained without pause. It demanded a razor focus and memory like steel. At first, she could barely handle the handful of them. Drones collided midair, failed to link up, and took ages to sync. But she kept at it. In time, she was able to command all 18 at once. Now, all 72 drones fanned out around her. A few still clipped one another, but together they gave her sight across corners, around hallways, more than 10 meters away. It was a brutal test of focus, managing a sweep with some drones while tracking dozens of live feeds from every single angle.
私にはできる。ちょっと難しいけど、できないわけでもない。
Soon, footage echoed deep the empty hall. Rozan has already clashed one-on-one with Yujita Kyujo 4 times. Clash, drained, retreat, again. The cycle seems pointless, but it was really a battle of endurance. Rozan was patient. Yujita Kyujo hounded her, afraid she might slip away. In truth, she feared the same, that she might leave first. She come partially out of curiosity for Sophie's ability, but mostly to kill Yujita Kyujo. For now, something else still held his attention, Eda. He has surprised her more than she cared to admit. She come to end him with something close to mourning, but she kept rewriting that script. More than once, she pushed her to the edge of true mortal peril, and she hadn't minded at all. She has always had taken pleasure in a good fight. By now, the fusions of her cells of the Taitogens has reached a new tier. And with that power, along suppressed Dweewus within her, syphilis. I'm calling it syphilis, okay? I remember it's supposed to be Sisyphus, but syphilis sounds much better. Began to stir. Each time she invoked confusion, syphilis threatened to cease to control. She could master the fusion only by defeating and destroying syphilis. Only a long war, but one could twist to her advantage. If she could beat syphilis while they were fused, she could end it for good. Beyond that layer, a new stage of evolution, a being free from the weakness of flesh, in full command of her own form. When Yujita Kyujo fell, Yggdrasil would collapse. The new world of she envisioned would finally have room to rise. She drained another Titan for a Titan, flexes her fist and walked into the sanatorium. Fighting and killing with a craft, ring-shaped complex reminded her of the ancient gladiator arena, a perfect place for her to face Yujita Kyujo to death. The thought pleased her. But someone arrived shattered what she has in mind. A pulse from the death knell rippled through the air. After taking so many blows, her body has grown sensitive enough to feel its vibration even without the sound.
近くにいるはずだ。
She turned and gazed through the wall towards what the device has flared. The arena where the Titans has gathered. Then she turned to another direction, towards the spot where she and Yujita Kyujo has split after their last clash. They had pulled back in opposite directions, which meant that she would have sensed the disturbance coming from the Taitogen's location. That only sharpened her suspicion. From what she could see, her odds were next to none, yet she was clearly waiting for something. Since she's been forced to use her fusion in front of him, he already used that knowledge once to ambush her. The two manifestations within Deathneil must have left the sanatorium. She left open during her duels, yet they never appeared. She thought she had his game figured out, but the mission of those two manifestations went on. But now that certainly wavered.
あの二人で私をおびき出すつもりか。
It didn't match Yujita Kyujo's style, but she wasn't about to gamble on that. She decided it wasn't a trap, not for her anyway. Then she sensed another disturbance, a manifestation with twin small machine guns bursting into the sanatorium, unaware of her presence. The complex was so quiet, she could hear the girl sobbing. She was tempted to strike at once, kill the girl, and Yujita Kyujo was in an open slip. But last time she'd gone after the girl, Yujita Kyujo has seen it coming. So Rozan swung wide, moving fast and silent to cut the girl off ahead. No sign of Yujita Kyujo en route. Then she made a call. This hunt would be quick, clean, and ruthless. Just as the girl floating spectral array around the corner, Rozan made her move. Like a speeding chariot, she lunged, closing the 10 meters between them and before the girl could even react. True to her nickname, the little Geomaster ducked under the strike and bolted the way Rozan has come, as if she has foreseen the ambush. A miss. She pivoted to chase, but the girl swiveted past her by inches. The girl was slippery as an eel, like this maze of the space. Even with her body reinforced by the tentages, pinning her down quickly was nearly impossible. Time worked against Rozan. This was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. Tentages soared through her. She had to kill the girl before Yujito Kyujo noticed this. Close in, strike, but the girl twisted away a heartbeat before impact. She closed in again, only for her target to dodge down a hallway. Re-aim, intercept. The girl skimmed along the rumble at the corner and slipped around the wall. Rozan blasted through the wall. The rising dust gave the girl a moment to widen the gap. Again and again, just as Rozan was about to catch her, the girl darted off like a hare. But stamina made a difference. Her dodges grew clumsy, her footing unsteady. She was reaching her limits. Finally, they reached the theater. The exit was in clearer sight. Her target hasn't made it out. She was probably hiding under the seat, catching her breath. An idea struck Rozan. If manifestations had one constant, it was their habit of risking their lives for the one man they cared about. She stepped into the stage, eyes sweeping the empty seats. Wait, hold on. Let me... Okay, this is where she is, and I don't think I see anywhere else. Alright, got it.
命拾いするために守ってきたものさえ諦めてしまうのかい？部下を身代わりにしてまで生きながらえようとするとは。
She turned her back to the exit, retreating slowly as her eyes swept the hall. She knew that the lie was clumsy, but it didn't matter. The stakes were too high for the girl to risk it. 1 second. 2. On the dirt, the girl who fought so hard to flee stepped out from behind the curtains across the stage. Alright, the run. Let's go. This is her moment now.
ローザン、このままじゃ追いつかれる。生き延びなきゃ。絶対に生き延びる。逃がさない。食らえ。逃がさない。逃がさない。なんて言ったってヘイムダルだから。この汚れ目、逃がさない。承服承罪だね。
Okay, that was stupid. How do you get yourself hurt like that?
楽勝だったね。早く、もっと早く。今なら秘訣充実、食らえ。食らえ。
Okay, I thought they would fall. I thought they would fall off the lily pad. I was like, why is that? Why are you walking?
今なら秘訣充実、やる気満々だよ。食らえ。分析に逃がさない。食らえ。以上。ならもうちょっと時間を稼げるはず。分析員の役に立てて嬉しいよ。逃がさない。食らえ。楽勝だったね。逃がさない。承服食らえ。
Free reset.
この汚れめ逃がさない。今の熱血充実やる気満々だよ。くらえ逃がさない。
Oh my god, so much happening right now.
すぐは大丈夫だから集中して。超って教材だね。逃がさない。くらえ。逃がさない。
Finally, that was annoying. I don't know what's happening in the background. That's so weird.
分析あとここにいたんだね。
Alright, next stage. This is the progression 9. Back to where the chase began, this time from the prey's perspective. The specular array she used to scouting her split into two formations, one decoy, one hidden. The decoy is set aside visible, while the hidden one hung the floor, mirror side up, blending perfectly into its surrounding. When Rozan burst around the corner, the hidden panels caught her. Thinking fast, Boo Boo slipped past the incoming charges, using Rozan's own momentum to widen the gap. She darted through the sanatorium without even a second to draw her weapon, with Rozan on her heels. Only sharp swellings and a tempo shift could keep her alive. Run like hell. Time seems to drag. Her body felt like it was coming apart. Manifestation power surges through every fiber, forcing her muscles and heart to run at full capacity. Her neurotropic nerves flared like needles under her skin, and unescapable stings of exhaustion. She has no sense of how long she could be running. Rozan's voice rose and fell behind her like a tide. She only knew one day she couldn't stop. All those multitasking drills with a specular array has finally paid off. Just barely, she managed to juggle it all, mapping all escape routes, twisting obstacles to her favor, gauging speeds and distance all at once. Body and mind were on the edge, only willpower held her together. She wasn't running for her own life anymore. The others' lives depended on her too. The breath kept her moving. Her lungs burned, her limbs were numb from the fingertips to thighs. Her skin tingled, her vision blurred at the edges. She burst into a pitch-dark space, wide and hollow, a theater. She ducked behind the curtains and clamped a hand over her mouth, forcing her breath to stay silent. Her muscles felt ready to ignite, twitching with the heat and strain. Sweat poured off her. The heat made her dizzy. She fought a quiet every breath, forcing her heartbeat to slow. Darkness creeped into her vision from the lack of air. Then suddenly, the stage lights flared to life. The footsteps stopped. She stilled every reflexes, forcing herself to be still.
無様だな分析員。命拾いするために守ってきたものさえ諦めてしまうのかい？
命拾い。
部下を身代わりにしてまで生きながらえようとするとは。
部下、それって私のこと？
She had no idea what has happened with Yuichi to Kyujo. Since Rozan's sudden ambush, she's done nothing but ran, no time to think.
分析員が危ないみたい。どうしよう。
Footsteps started up again, then they were receding.
でも、もし今の話が私をおびき出すための嘘だったら。でも、もし本当にそうだったら。
Boo Whether it was true or not, stepping out meant death. Facing an enemy couldn't possibly defeat. But this was the one thing she couldn't take a chance on. If Yuji Takujo really needed a silver of time to shift the odds, she gave it, with her life if she had to. Besides, deep down, this was what she wanted all along. To stand, not hide, to fight, not flee, to protect, not to be shielded or saved. That was her idea of what it meant to be a true Heimdall operative. She rose and stepped up from the behind the curtains.
そこで止まって。ロザン、相手は私だよ。
This was the strongest foe she has ever faced, or couldn't imagine. Even Yuji Takujo couldn't get the upper hand of Rozan, but when Bubu twice had the opening of point blank range, she still failed to land a single killing blow. But none of that matters anymore.
おや、逃げないのかい？自分の命で彼のために時間を稼ぐ気？安心しな。彼なら後であんたの元に送ってやるから。
ごちゃごちゃうるさい。かかってくるがいい。あんたなんか怖くない。
The words tore free. A rush followed, like chains snapping and river breaking loose. She gulped air as if 72 spectral rays drove bursts onward. Her theraprophic nerves flared under the strain, letting her seize control of every drone and blank the theater. Bubu raised her gun and fired at the lights. Darkness swallowed the hall. A flicker of movement near the exit, a crouched figure inching towards escape.
見損なったもんだ。
She lunged towards the exit, brought her hand down hard, only to hit air. Her palm hit straight towards Bubu, and figure vanished on contact. Behind her, Bubu SMG roared, breaking Rozan's back on fire. Rozan snarled, spun, and crawled at nothing again. Has to be some kind of illusion, she thought, a decoy projection, but the bullets were real. The shot has to be coming from where the girl really was. As if the girl reached the same conclusion herself, gunfire echoed from every direction, and then came the faint whisper of air, her drones weaving through the dark. Rounds found flesh now and then. Rozan kept her guard over her vitals, advancing into every burst of gunfire, closing off the girl's face bit by bit. Then again, a dry click from the straight ahead, the sound of the empty gun, the signal Rozan has been waiting for. With a shattered impact, Rozan finally struck home. Something clattered to the floor, metal, not flesh. Even now, she hasn't landed a true blow on the girl itself. The girl got to her feet again. Gritting her teeth, Rozan loomed, cutting off every escape route.
いい度胸だ。分析員のもとにいるだけあるね。前の2回は確かに、あとちょっとであんたに殺されるところだった。ただ、そのあとちょっとは、あんたが思ってるほど簡単な話じゃない。死ぬ前に名前を言いな、小娘。あんたの頑張りに免じて覚えてやる。
Bubu used spectral array to bend light, weaving illusions through the darkened theater. The decoy failed to scramble Rozan's read of her true position, so she could slip real shots through. But what if even bullets couldn't hurt her? With nowhere left to dodge, she barely managed to deflect the blows with the spectral arrays, but the force that broke through hurled her into the wall. She steadied herself and pushed back to her feet. In the gloom, she saw the warp bullets forced out of the Rozan's wounds by sheer muscle, clattering to the floor.
いい度胸だ。分析員のもとにいるだけあるね。前の2回は確かに、あとちょっとで あんたに殺されるところだった。ただそのあとちょっとはあんたが思ってるほど簡単な話じゃない。死ぬ前に名前を言いな、小娘。あんたの頑張りに免じて覚えてやる。
She had no idea how to beat this foe, but that didn't really matter anymore.
心に銘じなさい。あんたの前にいるのはヘイムダルの正式隊員ブブだ。
There was no room left to retreat, nowhere left to win. She dropped her MSG, clenching her fist, and fixed her eyes on the monster before her. Sometimes she thought that hard work pays off was a lie. She never know what it truly meant to be a Heimdall operative, and now no amount of effort could give her a chance of defeating Rozan. But as she shouted her name without regret, she finally understood. Every wrong she's endured, every frustration, every sting of failure and drop of sweat has all been worth it. No one knew better how much she longed for this moment and how long she waited for it to come. Meeting Rozan's strike head on, she drew every ounce of strength she had and threw a full force punch, an unbeatable enemy at death. Then she heard a roar, furious, urgent, and rushing closer. At the instant of impact, she saw Rozan get blown away. Her consciousness finally gave way, sinking into darkness. Boo-boo, wake up. Come on, wake up. I cradled Boo-boo in my arms. I made it just in time, but she and Rozan has already traded heavy blows. She was drenched in sweat and truly in bad shape.
分析員。私まだ生きてる。
No, close, but you're not. Thank goodness. I heard gunfire and came as fast as I could. Why did you come back? Where's Mashore?
マーシル先輩が助けに行かないと。先輩はまだ外で。爆弾を誘導するためのビーコンを設置しに行ったらソフィーとタイタンに包囲されて。そしたら分析員を探してこいって私がここへ突入するのを援護して。
And then you ran into Rozan. Can you move?
私
She tried to move but couldn't even lift her faint hands. I'll carry you. I lifted her onto my back. She was light but limp. Her arms hung loosely over my chest.
あそこタイタンの包囲網の隙のところ。ソフィーの実力は私たちよりも強いって先輩が言ってた。分析員、もし間に合わなかったら。
We can. I ran through the rumble with her on my back, clenching my arms to keep her from falling. She was too weak to hold on herself. Boo-boo, you did great. She was silent for a moment on my back.
分析員が無事でよかった。ロザンが分析員が危ないって嘘を言うから。分析員のためにロザンの目を引きつけなきゃって思って。私ってバカだよね。
You're not stupid. You just care too much. And you did great. You hold out long enough for me to reach you. You must have drained Rozan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to bolt the moment she saw me.
そうなの？ならよかった。 嬉しい。私ちゃんと一人前になれたのかな。
Proven what?
一人前のヘイムダル隊員。
You always were, Boo Boo. From the moment I brought you into Heimdall, you were already one of us.
コネで入ったんじゃなかったんだ。
Of course not. What makes you think that?
だって私平凡だし、覚醒者になれたのもタウさんと分析員のおかげというか、たまたま運が良かっただけというか、ずっと思ってたの。ヘイムダルに入れたのは本当にブブがブブだからなのかなって。私みたいなのは他にもたくさんいるから。本当はあの洞窟で助けに来ないでって信号を送った時はすっごく怖かったんだ。あんなに必死になって頑張ってきたのも、ヘイムダル隊員という言葉には自分が見合わないって思うからで。
I know. I've known all along. You've always been the one who worked the hardest. I saw it all. What is it? I'm listening.
頑張った。ここまで頑張ってきて、やっと。もうヘトヘトだ。聞いてるよ。
You always made me proud. Boo Boo went quiet again. Warm tears soaked into my shoulders.
分析員、ブブ、期待に応えられたよね。ロザンなんて怖くないし。誰一人諦めたくなかった。分析員、体が痛いよ。
I know. The sobs came first, then loud, bragging, weeping, until she could barely breathe. I knew all she needed now was a shoulder to cry on. Her hitching breaths faded. Spending the fight with Rozan, she drifted off. The breach in the sanatorium wall came into view. Up ahead, Titan stood in the ring, and I called the faint hum of the death knell. You'll make it. I hitched higher on my back and sprinted. A few minutes earlier, outside of the sanatorium, the recent residents of the death knell finally faded, and Boo Boo slipped through the breaches in the wall. One by one, the Titans stirred back to life. Sophie stepped out from behind their defensive line.
分析員さんは私を見逃してくれました。だから、あなたたちのことを傷つけたくありません。 それを渡してくれれば逃がして差し上げましょう。
Monsieur said nothing. She turned and ran. The Titans advanced in a perfect unison. The ground split beneath them, throwing Monsieur off balance. The melody rose once more. Sophie saw that she was not yielded, and held back no longer. Monsieur drew her sidearms and charged straight at the Titan's upcoming fist. She leaped back in just in time, letting the strike smash into the ground, then vaulted up an arm towards the core. She fired until the magazine ran empty. The Titans toppled, just as several others brought their palms crashing down as his fallen bulk. She jumped off the Titan in time, but not before a blow grazed her arm. The Titan had never been this precise, nor this willing to strike one of their own. Monsieur found herself surrounded by 5 or 6 of them. Their blows converged from all sides. Fighting through the strain of the death knell tolls, Monsieur slipped past the frozen Titans and broke free. But the searing pain nearly robbed her of her consciousness. Ever since the first clash with Rozan, she has pushed herself limits and activated death knell more times than she had, and she begun to feel pain again. Each use has only made it sharper. But she never told Yuji Kyujo about it. It was only pain, nothing more she couldn't endure. She remembered the quick thrum of her heartbeat while she lay in her arms before she parted when he said he was confident he could take down he could take Rozan down. She knew it was a lie, so she told one of her own. The moment that she felt that falter heartbeat, she decided she would come back. The Titans at the parameter kept shifting their position. The ring expanded, tightened, reshaping with her every move.
もうおしまいかな。でも最後まで守り通さなきゃ。
She drew the death knell, its fine gears turning in slow, perfect rhythm beneath the transparent shell. To her, it was a gift from Yuji Kyujo. An item more precise than anything else.
これはあなたがくれたものだから。あなたを傷つけてしまうものだから、誰にも奪わせない。
The battle dragged on. The Titans closed in as one, and mature movements grew ragged, her chants dimming by the chance. She glanced down at her wrist console, 60 seconds until launch. She slowed to a stop, eyes fixed on the Titans closing in. Sometimes she wondered how her life would end. The moment she stood how things would play out, she made up her mind.
私に渡してください。最後のチャンスです。
Sophie's voice came from somewhere. Monsieur let out a dry snot, not even sparing her a glance. Her heart pounded, manifestation energy surging through her hands. The Titan's ring tightened once more. Power surged, gears swirling faster until the death knell sang its final notes. And once again, pain rippled through her. The rocket was seconds away from launch. The Titans nearest her still staggered under the death knell effect, but those beyond its reach was already closing in on Sophie.
これでいい。
The death knell effect faded. Every inch of her skin, every muscle, every organ screams with pain. Drained, she sank to her knees and waited for the end to come. To her, death has always been something beyond thin film of water, weightless, just out of reach. Because she never felt pain, death was always seems ordinary to her, simple, almost mundane. She thought facing it would be easy, just a matter of choice. But now she could feel pain, and with it, fear, facing with that film of water to stare back at her, cold and silent. This must be fate offering to her. She had no choice but to take it. The gravel bite into her knee, her wounds twitching in reflex. She gazed dazedly into the setting sun.
ねえ、分析員。あなたのこと名前で呼んでもいいですか？
Whatever you like.
分析員、分析員、分析員。ねえ、分析員。
In a haze, the searing sun over the sea from her memory pierced through her heart. A flash of heat welled in her eyes, slid down her cheeks, and fell into the back of her hand. Suddenly, as if seizing something unseen, she sprang to her feet and ran. An unnamed impulse surged through her. She hurled the beacon as far as she could and bolted for the nearest cover her visor sensors could find. Run. Just run into what looks like a warehouse. Downward, deep it, anywhere she might survive. When her mind cleared, she found herself in the basement.
もっと下へ。
But there was nowhere left to run. This was as deep as it went. The countdown hit 0. The rocket launched. She didn't stop to wonder why she'd done all this. She slumped against the wall, trying to hold onto every happy moment she could remember. The moment with Kujo, the first time they met, the day she showed him the story she was been writing. Their first kiss, their first hug, their first night, the first time she truly understood him and she felt understood by him. She looked down at the wound of her wrist. Lifting her arm tugged at the nerves, making her muscles twitch involuntarily. The anhedonia isn't simply the absence of pain or the fear that comes with it. It's a loss of senses, like blindness, deafness. A gap is now how she perceives the world. Unable to feel pain, she felt the sight of the wound more than most. To her, each one of the silent brush against the veil between life and death. And now she's staring at the wound at her arm. The honest pain she felt almost like comfort. That was when she understood what has driven her to hide, this desire to live. She wanted to tell him herself. As her anhedonia was gone, and he no longer had to pity her. She wanted to tell him the sunset over Yellow Island has been beautiful, and she no longer sees it once more. She longed to see it once more. She wants to tell him she loved him. In the moment of pain returned, she was reborn, and it was the first truth she wanted him to know. There was so much she wanted to tell him. She could have talked for days, no, for a lifetime, if only he was there to listen. She wanted to see him once more. For a moment she wondered if she could come to save her. But in the end, she hoped she would finish his mission safely. She felt no regret, only the ache she never seeing him again, and of every day ending this way. She heard the scream of the rocket drawing near. She closed her eyes. The basement door burst open, a flood of light pouring over her. Here you are, monsieur. I dove through the doorway. throwing myself over Mushroom and Boo Boo to shield them from the blast. The blast thundered behind us. Annihilation charge that was made to neutralize Titangens, so I couldn't use my ability to shield against them, so I had to bear it with flesh and bone. Blood swelled up, metallic tang rising in my throat. The firestorm roared past the basement door. Behind it, the chain detonations kept thundering. At last, the blast faded. I stepped out of the basement before me. The field of sunflowers were burning as if a heavenly fire has descended. A massive raging inferno, a towering, terrifying, beautiful figure turned to face me.
お前がロザンの言う分析員か。
I'll be honest, this design looks really ridiculous.
シシュフォスだ。お前の命をもらいに来た。
Yeah, they call it Sisyphus. It doesn't sound right. I call it syphilis. It sounds much better. And we reach to the boss fight. Let's go. It's the girls to shine now. Even though they're at their last breath.
Rosa, 私にこやつを葬らせる。そしてお前もな。
分析員、私も戦わせて。大丈夫だから。一緒にこいつを倒そう。私ももう一回調子を使えるから。指示ちょうだい。有効越境。上陸上滅災を
肉体ごときに縛られるものか。
どれたとい作戦成功ね。
Okay, let's go. Next stage. Progress 10. This is probably very long. I'll put part 2 on this one for the files 1 to 3 because it's a very long story, so this will be the last one. On the brink, I forced every ounce of strength to draw Titangens from syphilis. Waves of its surge drew me, relentless, crushing. I was pushing past my limits, yet the flow from each body felt endless. I forced myself to focus, gathering the Titangens and shaping it into the cellular level, forcing my body to make a move for more. At last, I could no longer sustain the pull. The grip of the monster throat slipped away. Also, Sisyphus' massive form has already been drawn into me. What remains was a tattered shell, and with it, a woman curled upon herself. Rozan. She collapsed to the ground. Eyes fluttered open as she stretched, then absorbed the rest of the Sisyphus scattered mass into herself. The heartbeat laddered. Violet lines crawled across her face. Her muscles surged. Her frame swelled. The same monstrous form, now refined, no longer unwieldy. Then the outer shell folded inward. Her body reformed into a form shaped save for the fainted trace of a Titagen's aching between her brows. With the flick of her fist, a chain of sonic booms tore through the air.
やっぱり
She turned her gaze towards me and gave it a nod.
分析員あんたを選んで正解だったよ。
I forced myself upright, suppressing the violent crash between Titagens and my own selves. Then I turned to check on Monsieur and Boo Boo. During the battle, Monsieur has triggered the death knell once more. Boo Boo has spent every last round of her guns, and Sisyphus has scattered her spectral raid. They were finished, their strength completely drained. Rozan now stood eye to eye with me, her presence quelled with danger. The lines of her muscles shimmered with Titagens. To me, she was no longer human. So this is the full version of your Doiwus.
そうさ。これこそがあんたが拒んだもの。残念だがもうあんたに与えはしない。あんたと私は同類だ。選ばれし者だもの。こうも早く私に追いつくとは、いやはや感心した。だが結局、私の方が一歩早かったみたいだ。残念だけどね。
She regarded me in silence. Something in her gaze spelled off. Distinct, alien, fusion. Are you Rozan or Sisyphus? Or both?
そうだね。失念していたよ。ずっと神格融合を完璧に制御できずにいた。大量のタイタン物質を取り込んでしまえば、シシュフォスの意識に乗っ取られてしまう。そこで思いついたのは、彼を倒せるかもしれないあんただ。そしてロケット打ち上げを止めるために、エッダは必ずここに12分のタイタン物質を用意すると見た。あんたとシシュフォスのどっちかがここで死ぬというのが計画だったが、先ほどあいつが弱っている隙についやってしまってね。私に起きた変化から見るに、私の一部も殺されてしまったんだろう。今の私はロザンでありシシュフォスだ。
Why bother telling me this?
単に残念だからさ。あんたのことは気に入っていた。だがあんたは私と全く違う道を選んでしまった。
You think you won?
あんたにわかるまい。完全に制御された神格融合の強さが。タイタン物質の正しい使い方を身につけたあんたは、正直に言うと私よりも才能があったのかもしれない。けれど平等に進むのが時間だ。
So the fusion is just a matter of fusing with the Titagens at the cellular level.
そう見えるだけさ。神格神経のないあんたには あんただけの道がある。と言ってもどの道も同じさ。私たちがたどり着くのは同じく命の新たな形だ。
And that's why you call yourself a god.
まさかあの映像を見たんだろう。本当かどうかはさておいて、人間の未来はどこにあるのか。そしていつしかあんたは自分のことをどう認識するのか。世界を救ったヒーロー、私とエッダを倒しておいて世界を元に戻すだけでいいのかい？
A hero. That label doesn't mean much to me. If what I've done look heroic to you, so be it. I don't live by titles. Words like that don't mean anything. You call us special, exceptional, maybe, but I never believed I was meant to be more than what I am. I'm not ordinary. No, I took the bullet to the heart that should have killed me. But I was lucky it gave me power instead. But that doesn't give me the right to demand anything, or to rule anyone. I'm simply here to stop you from wrecking the world.
これが破壊と思うんだ。
Yes, but I don't hide behind words like justice. I act on what I believe is right, just as you do. I'm not here to judge you, only to act on my own will. I'm no scientist. I can't cure Genovis. Nor am I a revolutionary. I don't know how to rebuild a society. And I don't meddle in what I don't understand. If civilization is destined to end on their own of their evolution. Ah, crap. I won't let anyone twist it in my fate of a whim. Stop flipping. That much I do
正
know.
直なもんだ、あんたは。で、考えはまとまったかい？逃げるか、戦うのか。逃げるなら力を伸ばして私を追い抜く時間が得られるかもしれない。まあ言っても待ってやるほどのんきな太刀じゃない。だからありとあらゆる手段であんたをあぶり出すさ。だがここで私と戦うと決めたらあんたに勝算はないはずだ。約束しよう。戦うと決めたならあんたか私かどちらか一人が殺されるまで付き合ってやる。そして私は絶対に逃げない。あんたのすべてをかけてこのチャンスをものにするかい？たっぷり考えるといい。
She turned and walked to the lower ridge and settled it at its crest. Arms slipped around me from behind.
ダメ。言っちゃダメ。
I turned and pulled Monsieur into my arms. Boo Boo rushed in too, the two of them pressing against my chest. I brushed a hand across Monsieur's cheeks, pressed it against tight, tears brimming in her eyes.
お願い。だから。
I'd never seen her like this before.
もう帰ろう。帰ろうよ。誰にも見つからない場所に逃げよう。
Monsieur.
やめて。言わないで。 何が言いたいかわかるの。だからやめて。もう何も望まない。わがままと思われたって構わない。私は分析員が生きていればそれだけでいいの。
For sure. Hey, it's okay.
病気ももう治ったから。痛いよ。わかってるよね。
I know. Her tears spilled into my palm, warm against my skin.
一緒に生きていたいよ。まだ話したいことがあるよ。またガルーアイランドにも行きたいし、誓約も結びたいよ。二人でやりたいことがまだいっぱいあるんだよ。
I know, Monsieur. I do.
どうしても行くの。
She tipped her head back, teeth clenched, fighting back tears. I'm sorry.
謝んないで。やめて。聞きたくない。分析員、約束して。帰ってくるって。
I promise. I'll come back for you. I'll take you both home. We'll all go home together. On my other side, Boo Boo slowly pulled back from my arms. Boo Boo. I want you to know, I've seen how hard you tried. Every bit of it. I saw how you fought Rozan. I waited a long time for this day. I'm proud of you, Boo Boo. My Boo Boo can finally stand on her own.
そう。言いたいことはそれだけ。じゃあ私から言ってもいい？
Wait, there's no... I thought she's gonna say something. What happened here? Okay. She drew a deep breath.
自分を教えてくれてありがとう。分析員のしたいようにやってきて、ちゃんと見届けるから、ちゃんと覚えるから。
Thank you, Boo Boo. I promise, I'll win this time. She broke into a teary smile, nodded once, rose on her toes, and kissed me on the lips.
幸運のキスなの。今偉なったの。この戦いは絶対に勝てるんだって。
Bashir leans in, hugged me, and pressed the death needle into my hands.
これを持ってっていざとなったら使って。
Then a flash of inspiration struck me. It will. I ruffled their hair, then turned and started up the hill towards Rozan.
来たか。
Rozan rose to her feet.
やっぱり私の目は間違っていなかった。
You look pleased.
当然さ。あんたは私の同類だと前々から思っていた。志や選んだ道こそ違うけど、この誘いに乗ってくれたのが何よりの証拠だ。力だけじゃなく、その何もかも余裕な感じと態度もそう思わせたんだ。だが私にはわかる。それは上辺だけのものなのだと。所詮人間なんて父に追いやってしまえば尻尾を出すものなんでね。もしあんたが逃げると決めたなら、私の見当違いってことさ。名だたる分析員は本当はただの腰抜け野郎で、このロザンが相手するまでもないとね。
That's a narrow view. You've run before too.
負け戦なら一旦引いた方が賢明さ。それに私、いや、ロザン・フワルナの狙いはあんたを試すことで、決戦のつもりなど初めからなかった。話を戻せば、今のあんたに勝算が全くないわけでもない。タイタン物質と体の融合はうまく調整できたかい？それくらいの猶予はやったつもりだ。あんたにもチャンスはあるということさ。
So you knew. Still, I don't understand why you'll be so generous.
私は私の一部を殺したと言ったよな。何？予想外ではあったが、別段受け入れられない結果でもない。それに、誘いに乗ってくれたんだから、目的はもう達成だ。人間が持ち得る最も貴重な特質、勇気。それをあんたは持っているからな。そんなあんたを殺したいし、あんたに殺されてもそれもそれでいい。仮に生き残ったのはあんただとしても、私が作ろうとした世界を作ってくれるに違いない。ソフィーのジョーちゃんにも言ったことだけど、自分の道を語ることは私は対決の申し出とみなす。その信念を分かり認めた相手には私に殺される権利をあげる。どうせ同じ特質を持つ二人が殺し合ったところで死ぬのがどっちだろうと、その特質が消えたりやしない。
Too bad. I have reasons to kill you I can't set aside. I can't pretend Rozan Kurhovida is gone. There are still debts tied to her name. Debts that only death can repay.
いいんだよ。別に構わないさ。
Then let's end this. With the last of my strength, I forced titangens to fuse with my cells. Like iron in the forge, I need one final strike to be reforged. From dawn, fist clash to dusk, last ambush. Hundreds battles at the end, the death match with syphilis. I was past exhaustion. Even as Taijin kept my body upright, my will has already turned to ashes. Yet Rozan still stood before me like something newly born at the night. She was right. She evolved into a new form of life. Can I do this? I asked myself. It was a question I could no longer avoid. Her unwavering gaze rekindled as a spark within me. Stripped away everything, thought, noise, doubt. Only pure will and focus could grasp even the faintest chance of victory. This was the moment. Unleashed the fear I have kept caged and turned it on the enemies before me. Face her. Face that fear. Face the truth that I've fought for countless times and never won. Face her willpower as relentless as mine. I closed my eyes, drew a breath, and let the inner fire raise, burning the rust from my courage. I opened up to a heart burning clean. Within it, the resolve to win, to end her at last, beginning to grow. I pocketed the death knell, raising my fist, and charged straight at Rozan. The sunflowers still burning. The air stank scorched earth from the ridges. Metal rang against metal against metal, again and again. Flames licked the sky, sparks filled the silence between blow, flashing through the dark, and still the clashing wouldn't stop. One of us reached for godhood, yearning to build a new world. The other stayed human, fighting to protecting this one. We clashed faster than any humans could move, harder than anybody could endure. Each impact roared like thunder. No mortal was meant to make. I called Rozan's blade again. She was still in her human form. She hasn't gone all out yet. I had to hold something back too, for the other form lurking within her. She kept her guard tight, chipping away at me bit by bit. She could have broken through as she'd gone all out, but she waited patiently for the perfect opening. Once I caught a real opening, turned her punch into a takedown, dragging her into the ground game. Chokes and joints locked with my equalizer when brute strength wasn't. Even a body of steel can be choked out. I learned that from our earlier bout back in the sanatorium. After I wrench her arm once, she can never let me take it to the ground again. She ought slow and careful, grinding me down, carving at my will piece by piece. It has become a battle of will, fought as Taijins knead my wounds, growing numb to pain, to fatigue to everything else. Rozan saw I was fading, but instead of pressing, she slowed, testing me with caustic strikes. The fight dragged on. Her rhythm tightened. Her blow came faster. Slowly, she began to believe my weakness was real. Then, this time, I met her charge with a heavy cross punch. We both staggered, but I didn't back off to catch my breath. I drove straight in. She caught both my fists, eyes locked on mine.
気づいた。自分の負け。
In the next instant, Titan surged across her skin, hardening into a gleaming armor. Like a demon lord reborn, she ripped free and brought both arms crashing down towards my head. I caught the blow, but the force still crashing through me. My feet sank into the soft, scaling mud as the weight drove me down, inch by inch. She seized the moment by driving a knee into my gut. The Taijins I formed there scattered on impact, then came the killing blow, aimed straight for my heart. Now! This was the opening I waited for. Holding steady, faking weakness, hanging on just long enough. Every trace of fatigue, even fearless resolve to die, all of it has been an act. But even so, it was a gamble with my life. From the moment Monsieur pressed a death needle into my hands, I know there was only one way to defeat Rozan. Now one with her Dweirus. Time seemed slow. I had already palmed the death needle before our final clash. Reasons to kill, reasons to live, promise to keep. Everyone and everything I had sworn to protect, and all the love and hope I carried within me. With all of it on my back, I readied my last strike. I dropped my guard. And let her arm drive straight through my chest. At the same moment, my right fist, the death needle, clenched it, smashing through the Taijin's blade, guarding her heart. Every last drop of Taijin's in me surged into my palm, flooding the death needle. An irresistible force shot through my arm, surging into Rozan. Her armor and the Taijin's in us fused into one raging current, flooding into the device. We were like two furnaces, chained together, burning every last scrap of fuel. Neither of us could move. The death needle drank us both dry. It was a desperate, last-ditch move. Activating the death needle with Taijin's. Under its base lock, it would drain the user dry. No fail-safe. I only tested it once, back when the device was first built. But now, with this much Taijin's poured in, I have no idea what would come next. In a heartbeat, the death needle overloaded. I yanked my arm back just in time to shield my vitals before it blew. My head rang, the world spun. I couldn't tell up from down. Get up. This isn't over yet. I forced myself upright, not far away. Rozan staggered too, just as wrecked as I was. With the last trace of Taijin's in my body gone, everything felt like I was in a slow motion. The death needle had drained me to the bone. Rozan was the same, battered, bloodied, barely standing. I must have looked no better. Surviving that blast was a miracle in itself, but this was what I gambled everything for, to bring us both back to zero, to start again, to one last fair fight. A slow, heavy ring. I saw it coming, but her arms were too slow. My fists smashed into her jaw. Pain rushed back as my muscles moved. Adrenaline faded. No Taijin's propped me up. My strength began to drain away. No, not now. Not yet. I wrapped both my arms around her head, tusked in, and drove my knees up. Her fist struck my ribs, but my knees smashed into her forehead exactly as planned. She tore free and stumbled back, then tripped on something. I pounced and crashed into her. Blood streamed from her scalp. One eye was bloodshot, the other locked on mine. She clamped down on my wrist, trying to break my leverage. Don't let her recover. Don't give her room to strike back. Headbutt. I caught her wrist and locked her down, both arms trapped, then drove my forehead into hers. Her grip faltered. I caught her right arm, trapped in between my legs, and arced back with everything I had. Her bones in her arm snapped. Maybe the pain cleared her head. She rolled left, gritting her teeth and slipping free. Her right arm now hung useless, yet she still came for me. She had no escape. Maybe she never meant to. I was spent, and she seized the moment, rolled me over and straddled me, her legs snapping for my throat. I twisted away, but her one good arm snaked around my neck, tightening fast. One of us would walk away. Even now, she clung to every scrap of a chance. If her right arm still works, she might have sealed the choke, but it didn't. She could only watch as I prayed her grip off inch by inch. I locked my legs around her waist, heaved hard and flipped her under me. Then I wrapped my fingers around her throat, squeezed with everything I had left. Her blood ran down her face, across her knuckles. The sunflowers around us still burned. Her features flickered between firelight and shadow. She crawled at my hand, trying to tear it off. I gave it everything. Through the hot, slick blood, her grip slowly faltered, then fell away. Hatred, ideals, courage, resolve. All of it faded with her final breath. The burden that has shadowed me for years ended here, on my own hands. Rozan Kanawil, the one who killed Orlova and left a trail of blood behind her, and the reborn Rozan, who dreamt of building a new world, both were gone. The woman who came as judge and executioner, who stepped into the pit to stake her life against mine, was finished. Like me, she has staked everything, and with the courage and clarity of a human heart, she followed her will to the very end. I couldn't tell how long it has been, ages, or just a heartbeat, when I heard Boo Boo and Bashir calling out to me. I couldn't make out the words. My body felt cold. I looked down, a deep gash splitting my chest, the one Rozan has carved when I used the death knell. The bleeding has slowed. My armor was soaked. Every seam thick with blood, and even with that wound, I had killed Rozan. I collapsed. Their voice blurred together. Numbness crawled up from my limbs, reaching for my head. I think Boo Boo caught me. I saw her lips fluttered, shouting something, but I heard nothing. My heartbeat was the only sound left. Someone left my arm. My vision wavered. Shapes moved around me, but I couldn't even follow them. I no longer understood what they were doing. Every bit of strength left in my body was spent just staying alive. My senses were shutting down. Darkness closed in front of the edges of the world, hungry to swallow the last of the light. It felt like I was sinking into the sea, struggling not to break apart. Through the haze, I saw Monsieur running towards me, something in her hand. She placed on my chest, already numb to the touch. With their help, my body stopped coming apart. Sounds like something returned, then warped. Then warmth. A hot wetness on my face. The cold creeped back into my chest. The body began to draw in tightages on its own, pulling it onto the strength I could still command. My heart beat slowly, as if it has stopped for a while, and someone has called it back. It was damaged. My body gathered what tightages it could, patching it up. The smell of burning sunflowers drifted into my nose.
治ってる。
They brought me more Tightogens, not much, but enough to help me recover.
もっと。
Wait. That's enough. Help me up. At last, I could stand. The Tightogen's radiation has weakened. Not enough to jam our comms anymore. I took the terminal from the shore and called headquarters. Caroline, it's me. Rozan has been killed. All Titans eliminated. All operatives alive. El Tao, the operation's complete. Okay, guys. This was really long. I don't think I'll go a bit longer for now. I think it's been over, like, it could pass more than 5 hours, but I choose not to. So this will be the part 2 of the video. The files 1 through 3, okay? So within the case, if you guys did stick through this to the end, to the very end, please leave a like to this video if you actually enjoyed it, even with a lot of errors I've made and all the things I have to go through. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already, and if you are subbed to this channel, share this video. It will help me a lot. I've been on a long recording for so long. And comment down below what you like to talk about. Within the case, I will see you guys in the next video. Until then, I'll say it right now. Merry Christmas, everyone. And I will bring out more videos until then, even before New Year's. So, catch you guys later, and once again, Merry Christmas.